What is up, ScarKnight, bringing you a brand new stream for you guys. It is today, day 29, where I should start off with the video saying that like in the thumbnail is shiny oddish, even though we kind of caught it in the last one. It's because I didn't really want to change Puplion, and also I kind of messed up on the thumbnail. You know, not really in the way you think. Like I accidentally pressed saved when, you know, usually when you like for the corners of our thumbnails, I usually keep it clear. I accidentally saved over it, so a Puplion's there for the 28th part, and then there's no clear 28th part unless I like completely cut it out. I don't know. I don't really have a like. I used to always use the editing software to clean that up and stuff, and I don't have that anymore. So that's kind of why, you know, we have all this stuff. But yeah, it's the first time we have shiny oddish, but like regardless, you know, Puplion and experimenting sounds a little bit more closer to, I don't know, a theme, I suppose. Either way though, today and what we have planned for us to do, and I need to remember that we're like 26 minutes in or so because I gotta cut off the beginning part and all that. But basically, when it comes to this stream, we are gonna cross another threshold where we're about to surpass 500. And if it's true or if it's not, when it comes to retro Eevee or just any retromon, basically how it is normally to find a retromon, if it's available, it would be a 1 out of 4,000 chance. And after you defeat 500 of those mons, it would reduce down to 1 in 500. So we will more likely have a boost chance of getting it. And I aim to have 1,500 encounters in total to see if that's good enough. I still don't know. I still could be very unlucky, and it may not matter at the end of the day anyway, because if I do even find a retro Zubat, that doesn't mean that Eevee is not part of the ban list of Pokemon that could be retro anyway, because there's certain mons that are no longer available to us. So I don't know if it really answers any question. I don't know, because I want to do some more further testing, which is why it's what's called today. So maybe in the next step we would have to do that to Oddish as well. Who knows? I'm not sure. Maybe it's a better idea to surpass 1,500 for Zubats. I'm not really sure what the answer is, but if it doesn't work out, then I might have to ask for a trade in the Xenoversal Discord and stuff. But without further ado, let's go find our 500 good old, like, you know, Zubat and stuff, and try to take it out as we're slowly gaining more and more levels to it. As I didn't mean to, oh, that's, speaking of, actually, that reminds me, I didn't mean to Megalhorn, but yeah, so we did accidentally raise up one of the mons, like point-wise when it comes to how many that we count. Between 381 and 382, we didn't count one Zubat, but it doesn't matter because around 396 and 397, if I'm counting it right, I accidentally counted a Ghastly just like how we did just now, and I added a point. So it kind of interacts, it kind of neutralizes itself. That I counted it by accident. So there's no points increased or decreased. So yeah, I almost forgot about that. So yeah, there's no difference on it. It would have been kind of a bummer to be like, oh, we had to increase the count to 500, just similar to how we did with the 1,000 EVs, but at least we made it to 1,000 and clicked it on screen and stuff. It would have been worse if it was like, oh, 1,002, it turns out. I was just that bad at counting. But we'll see. Did I actually run out of Megahorns? I can't tell if that was 0 or not. I actually don't even need the smoke ball anymore. I usually had it just for the imposter dittos, but you know, whatever. And yeah, we did call the shiny Oddish Floral, and I think it's a very fitting nickname. And you know, I kind of thought to myself too, like, we did catch ourselves, or not catch ourselves, but you know, as I was talking about shiny Oddish, we have Lancelot here, who, you know, obviously Lancelot's not a color, but this is a mystery gift mod, because I really would like to call my shiny Pokemon something, based off of colors and stuff. I mean, I don't have to. We can make up that Lancelot is a color. I mean, it sounds something like that. But we got ourselves 500 Zubats. We have crossed the threshold. I wondered to myself if what the Cosmic Soul was talking about, the Pokédex still applies to that, because I'm pretty sure it's still the vintage text. It doesn't hurt to check that maybe there's still a difference with them, because I know the answer is not exactly true. So let's see. So for Oddish, got the shiny variant right here. Nice, nice. We have Zubat and pressing the wrong shit. I'm pressing the wrong shit. Okay, hold on. I hate that it completely resets the entirety of the no number on here. Kind of what I expected either way, but it's all good. Alright, well, I don't know. I still didn't know what was the point of him bringing it up. Like, that's all it is. It's just like the fact that you know, Vintage X adds that feature to it. It's like there's no point of bringing that up. You know, and I gave him the benefit of the doubt that maybe it would count if it did for any other Pokemon. I don't know. But let's just keep on doing it. We're aiming for 1500 now. Hopefully we see something by then. 501. Because then I prove it false that, you know, and that it does turn out that Retromons are found before the vintage text. I still think it's bullshit either way. Like, if you could find it after the fact, or I mean, I don't know. If it is the latter where it's after the vintage text, then I still kind of find that bullshit. Like, I don't know. I like Xenoverse a lot, but that aspect of it, they're really trying to anchor me down to complete the rest of the game if that's what I really want to do. If I want to show off the whole game, that is hundreds of more hours for me to play this game. I don't know. What they could have done, you could have unlocked it just by getting like a, you know, talking to the person that's within the other, like, space world and stuff. I'm not sure. Yeah, sorry it took a while. Like, I was trying to sleep last night, and I rather did, like, a little bit earlier. I felt like I was pretty much awake the whole time, I think. I don't know. I was, like, on and off sleeping. But I was very aware I was awake. And yeah, it was really difficult. Like, throughout the night, I keep noticing the time, and it wasn't that far long. I don't know. It was. I felt tired throughout, and I hate the fact that I wasn't fully asleep at 5:02. And even waking up was very hard and everything. I woke up like 10 minutes before 11, basically 15 minutes or so. And I don't know. It was hard to get my bearings and everything. And then once I started the stream, it was like a little bit after 11. And I thought I was making it back on time because I went to the bathroom to wash my face and stuff. But we got ourselves a hat check. We at least get a shiny Eevee, please. 129? Is that the number we're at? I don't know. Let's just put it together. We'll take the time to put this away. I guess over the weekend what I could do at some point I don't know how much free time I'm gonna have doing this, but I'll try to catch or you know, watch the grinding montage, do my best to try to find it. If not, then I'm just gonna have to slow down the footage. But we didn't get the chance to put floral where it belongs, and that's by the other shinies. Over neon. No, these are the extra ones. I actually don't know what to do, because now that does add a spot to Pokemon that I may or may not have to kill now. I don't know. I mean, maybe Shiny Donatus shouldn't count. I don't know. Because, like, the other two Pokemon are these two. But I clearly am not gonna, like, fully train Jigglypuff. But who knows? So maybe I can make it that way, where Jigglypuff's excluded. Even though I'm training it. It's just, these are the main Pokemon, except for the shinies, these are the main Pokemon I've been training up. Except for, like, well, these other Pokemon are dead, but like, all these other Pokemon I haven't trained up at all. Well, also except for Scoville. But I'm not sure. Okay, anyway, let's go over here. Okay, that's box 11, and we got ourselves 128 and 129. Alright, neutral nature, adaptability, ability, and we got ourselves Relax with serious nature. Okay, sounds about right. So yeah, like I said, this stream, even though it starts a little bit early, I'm gonna end it off a little bit early because I got a lot of errands to do in preparation for Saturday. And we'll have a longer stream on Friday. That's kind of the logic, because on a normal week when I'm not like streaming, I would have, you know, took the time for Friday to do everything. You know, some may say that that's like the last second thing to do if your shit has to do, you know, on Saturday. Which is why I'm doing it on Thursday. Especially since on Friday I could stream a little bit longer. It could go up to like 7 o'clock. So yeah, we might have a good 8 hours of this. Did I just go farther? What the fuck? Okay. We'll just keep going on our same usual spot. But yeah, that's kind of my logic right there. So yeah, we'll probably end the stream then at like 3:30 then, just so it is like a good 4 hours or so. And yeah, I also did watch the Pikachu short. I'll probably talk about more later onward. It's probably the strangest. Ooh, sorry. It's probably the strangest Pikachu short I ever seen. I have no understanding onto why or how this happened, but I'll talk about it later. And we also got to read some of the Pokemon characters. I don't know how far I'm gonna get into that, if any at all. Because if I'm not gonna be able to today, it's gonna be not till Monday. Because Friday is usually, you know, since the weekends are off, then, you know, somebody like Foe would be able to be on the stream longer, unless there's something coming up, then I don't know. I gotten pretty used to streaming on my own where I'm just talking to myself, in case there's somebody watching the VOD either way. I mean, that's kind of what I've been training myself to do for all these years on the channel, is commentating to myself when there's nothing to talk about, have something to talk about. But yeah, but I think I have decided to pick Jesse and James because this is the best opportunity to talk about them, so I will talk about Jesse and James. And I try to look into the other black and white movies. There's like 2 more, so it's perfect fit for Silent and Iris. So I think it's rather worth it. And Jesse and James, since they're like a duality all the time, I should, you know, talk about them. And maybe I'll talk about Meowth some other time, because if anything, Meowth basically counts as its own characters, as do Pikachu and Ash. And I realized I didn't even talk about them. So maybe in the future. I don't know. I don't know. Like I said, when it comes to Sword and Shield and Onward, or actually Sun and Moon and Onward, of like the people that Ash hang out with, I have no idea. 504. But yeah, hopefully the 1 in 500 chance happens. If it's the vintage decks, then that's fucking bullshit. Unless like there's a way to cheat it in, because I know that there's some people that do go on debug mode or something. I don't know how to access that. But I mean, that makes it more possible, no? It's just to make it so you have the vintage decks and then that's it. That could be a possibility too. I just need to know if there's somebody that can do it. I don't feel totally right about it because I spent all this time to do that. I don't know. I don't even like the idea of just simply trading for the Eevee, but I mean, it kind of still simulates. Because I have done the work to try to find it thus far. I did 1,000 more encounters than I should have. Well, I mean, not really the case either, because, you know, it doesn't mean, like, after 500 it guarantees to find a vintage mon, but you know what I mean. Like, if the odds is 1 out of 500, and I did 1,000 more encounters, I went twice over odds. Because the first 500 is still 1 out of 4,000. And I don't know, like, the math there, since I did twice as much as the after the fact of 500. I don't know, you know, the visibility of that, if that's a word. I don't know the math, and the math ain't mathin' when it comes to the first 500 with 1 out of 4,000, to also include upon the twice as much encounter rate on that one. It still probably wouldn't it skew like just over 1 time something, or I don't know. Since it's less than half, that's for sure, or twice as much, I should say, the opposite of that. But we'll see. I just realized there was like 3 people's birthday today, by the way. And oh, I forgot to mention, yeah, the leaf blower people, yet again, I hear them. I heard them earlier before I started the stream. I'm like, oh fuck, man, they're gonna approach at some point. That's gonna be so annoying. That's gonna be so annoying. But yeah, it's all good. Yeah, they're already approaching pretty fast, so I may have to mute myself, unfortunately. So yeah, let's go ahead. 506. They're actually approaching pretty fast. Oh god. They almost threw me off that phantom stare. I'm like, what the hell is that silhouette? But yeah, I forgot that it existed. Alright, anyway, I'll be right back. They're like right here. turned off the leaf blowers, but I don't think they're gone yet. But I might as well unmute until they turn it back on. I'm not really sure. 509, because these leaf blower people seems to be moving a lot faster or something. I'm not totally sure, but you know, there's a good chance I might have to mute myself again because they might U-turn back. I'm not sure at all. Alright, but yeah, that's for the most part. Ghastly. It still kind of crossed my mind that Ghastly could be another option of another Pokemon that I could get, but I'm trying to get like the fastest mons. Otis is still a really high candidate. If I didn't, like, you know, I should have kept the number, because I remember thinking to myself, like, at the time, at the first gym, that I'm all like, okay, well, all these Pokemon that I have killed, you know, I could count them. And same goes for, like, Gyarados and stuff like that. I don't know if I counted the Magikarps, but I did kill a few Gyaradoses. That's probably up to 30. The Odysseys are probably up to 50. And yeah, for the Ghastlies, I just killed 2 so far, unless there's some in battle that I didn't consider. When you catch a Pokemon, does that count as a defeat too? Because they got the the whole Sun and Moon logic where when you catch them, you gain experience. I don't know if that bypasses a code where it counts them as being defeated, so I don't know. Or maybe not, maybe it's just solo as a increase, because, you know, normally in the game it wouldn't count at all for anything. So yeah, I don't know. That was 30 minutes ago, what the fuck? Somebody had messaged me back and I didn't even see it till now. Okay. 510. Okay, I'm gonna take the time to multitask. Let's see here. Multitask. Let's see here. Dish. Hold on, there we go. Okay, finished typing there. I've been getting a lot of messages lately, that's why I'm like, I have to get clued in with all of these. Okay, let's check this one. I still kind of wonder the Papillon shiny. I do hope that it is like light blue of some kind. That would make the most sense to me, for sure. Another Zubat. And eventually I still also want to look into Donut Rush, because I keep looking into it. 511. From my understanding, the original Xenoverse page is down with like, so it's just harder to find the original link of downloading Donut Rush, even though I thought it would be in the App Store with the mobile game, so I'm not totally sure how that makes sense. But like, I checked the Play Store on my own and I just can't find it for shit, so I don't know where the hell it is. But that was one game I was considering streaming, and I just can't even find it, so I'm not even sure. 512. one more person I gotta reply. Except I don't know how to reply to this person, to be honest. I don't know if I counted the last suit, but I'm pretty sure I did. I'm still a bit shocked that when I killed the Ghastly, I counted that as a suit I killed. It's like I hadn't done that ever since I killed that Ditto by accident, and I just counted the point. Oh god. But I already fixed all that, so it's all good. Okay, 514. Hey, what's good, foe? How are you, man? Playing Silk Song locked in a beat 2 things I got stuck on in one go for some reason. Oh shit. Yesterday, I think like around the 3 or 4 hour mark, I found a shiny Oddish. And I was trying to look up names and I just ended up calling it Floral. I might evolve that Oddish closer to a Blossom. Because I like shiny Blossom more than shiny Vileplume. I mean, you know, in a normal day, I like Vileplume a little bit more than Blossom. But looking at the shinies, I'm like, maybe I'll just lean towards Blossom. And you know, for the other, like, you know, since I got shiny Hysterics and stuff like that, I wouldn't want to, get more than one shiny, but since Oddish is a branching evolution, I might as well. I don't mind catching a second one. Need a Sunstone? Yeah, I'm pretty sure I got one. Hold on, let's count that. 515. I'm pretty sure Sunstones are pretty easy to come by in this game. I could check right now, actually. I'm almost positive I do. I also checked if I had a Moonstone, but I only got one of those. So the Sunstone. Yeah, I got 3 of them right here. And then 4 Leaf Stones. That's pretty easy to come by. Like if you just grind in the grass, like Pepequeños always hold them for some reason. 1 Ice Stone, 7 Fire Stones. Maybe Pepequeño was holding these. Maybe that's what it was. I don't remember who was holding the Leaf Stones. It might have been Gloom. If you beat a bunch of Glooms, they give you Leaf Stones. The Shiny Stone, and then 1 Moonstone, which I don't remember where I got it from. Then the Thunderstones, which I think that killing Electros is probably the easier route, but I wasn't at that point of the game at the time and such. But yeah, Gloom drops both Leaf and Sunstone. Oh, okay. That's probably where I also got it, but I think Sunstones might be the rarer one, if I'm not mistaken. 516, but it's rare, yeah. But yeah, we passed 500, so if we are able to catch vintage mons, at this point the Zubat would be 1 out of 500 chance. But we'll test it out. We'll go to 1500. Maybe we still won't have our questions answered. I'm also still considering to kill the Oddish in the gym multiple times, but over the weekend I'll take the time to count how many Oddishes I kill in the grinding montage, and then I'll add it to the count. 517. It's gonna feel weird, and it's gonna be really difficult to count it. Or maybe not, I don't know. I'll probably get a tally mark and maybe like double or even quadruple speed it or something, I don't know. 1 out of 500 or 1 out of 4K. It wasn't that clear from what people were saying. Yeah, that's what pisses me off. I hate the fact that it's like nobody knows. It's for the fault of. It's just like a what's the word? I want to say like it's just like a language barrier thing, I think, more so. It's just that, like, you know, since it's based in Italia, it's harder for that to translate to English. You know, some are straightforward and stuff of the answers, but not all questions are answered. You know what I mean? That's where the language barrier thing comes from. Because if more developers were available that spoke that, it would be a lot more transparent. It's like, oh yeah, no, it's definitely over past the vintage text or something. But nobody knows, and I think it's because, like, they don't have that communication or whatever. Like, there's a few developers, but I'm pretty sure the developers that can speak English are just not in that department. Maybe they fix something else. You know what I mean? Because I don't want to, like, get answers from a, you know, cosmic soul or whatever that is only speculating, and he gives me, like, I think so answers and shit like that. And that answers questions that I didn't even fucking ask. Like, I didn't ask him whether I have the vintage decks. I know I didn't, that's why I fucking told him I don't. So why is answering my questions pertain to, like, whether I have it or not? It's like, I don't understand that logic. 519. And I checked earlier, like, after killing 500 Zubats, I checked the Pokédex just to see, like, you know, give him the benefit of the doubt. You know, maybe he's onto something if it does show a number anyway, just pertain to some Pokemon and not all. But it doesn't show it for the Zubat either. And like I said, I'm pretty sure it's just a perk of the vintage text if you have it. And that's as far as it goes. Yeah, because if you look at the Pokédex, it still doesn't have the number. And you know, you see that I killed 500 of them. There's no number in the corner. Same goes for Eevee, which I killed 1,500 of already. No number in the corner. And as I said before, like, even if I find the vintage Zubat, it doesn't guarantee and mean that Eevees are available even still, because they could still be in the ban list or something, or the, you know, the retro ones that are no longer available. Which I also just don't understand the logic with that. It just makes no fucking sense to me. It just doesn't. It is none. I don't get it. Let's see here. But yeah, at some point I'll do it in the weekend. It's gonna suck, but I think I just have to bite the bullet. If worst comes to worst, I'm simply just gonna ask to trade it. 521. There's a good chance that, like, my questions would just be unanswered. It's just simply as that. Who knows? I don't know if theoretically is even still worth to just, like, maybe the vintage decks only boost the odds after you kill 500 mons, and then that's as far as it goes. Maybe the entirety of the time the encounter rate is just 1 out of 4,000. Or to find a shiny encounter is just 1 out of 67,000. That could be it too. Is it worth, you know, killing, like, 2,500 more Eevees to find that out? I don't know. That's gonna, like, require, like, at least 50 more videos to do, just depending on how long they go for. Oh, I ran out. God damn. Alright. Yeah, it just kills me inside, but it's all good. Let's see here, 523. Sorry, I was locking the fuck in for a boss, but I'm tracking that it's hard to verify without the developer's input. Yeah, I know. It'd be like that. Okay, I'm gonna go to the Pokemon Center. And I figured that you were locking in. I know that when you play, you know, since it's a more action-y game and stuff, that you would be more focused on there. Like, I know it's harder to multitask. You know, if I was playing Mario 64 in the Green Demon Challenge, I'd probably be locked the fuck in too, or something. Like, I would only look at the chat every time I die or some shit. Okay. I also mentioned earlier, and people mentioned that they can open like debug mode and just put in what they want, because that's something else I saw that they could do, and my egg hatched. I don't know if it's worth going to debug mode and then just getting myself the vintage text. I also don't know if that would harm the game if that happens. 130. I probably could spell that, it's all good. Okay, well I gotta go fly over to get another egg. Hopefully there's available. I basically just got here and I already have to leave. I'm getting the egg. I don't think I even showed you the shiny Holucha, huh? I hadn't gotten the chance to show you. Neutral nature as well? That's the second one in the row. Adaptability ability, because like they have the same exact shit, except their IVs and EVs are different. Okay, well anyway. Likes to relax, bashful nature. The other one has serious nature on it. Okay, let me take the time to go over to show you the shiny mon. So there's this guy right here, Maroon. Fighting, flying, of course. Special defense up, attacks down. So it's not the best, but you know, still pretty cool. With those moves and calm nature, there's the sounds. And then we also got ourselves shiny Oddish that we found. Floral. Special defense down, speed us up, which I don't think is good for a Blossom either. But yeah, that's for the most part. Naive nature and stuff like that. Pretty nice. Well, let me go over to the box just before I accidentally put it in the kill switch box. That's just what I'm gonna call it. Because I still have to grind up a little bit, like even after finding all the stuff that I desire, is like I need to get like 6 more elderberries and also find the shadow update for shiny Haunter potentially. That shouldn't take me that long. At most it should take me like 30 minutes to an hour. Like the elderberries, if anything, would be a little bit rarer to find, because those Pokemon are like 1% or some shit. I was thinking about going into the mansion to find those, because I'm pretty sure there's hunters in those, but it might be a bit hard to find, only because there's other ghost Pokemon there. Not sure. connected with this. Okay, well at least I caught up with all the messages that I have. Some more Mega Horn action. I mean, hopefully the test, I mean, I'm sure that people would understand where I'm coming from with this test that I'm doing. Because I think it's a pretty decent idea. It's just picking a Pokemon that's super common. Like, it might be easier for, like, you know, in Red and Blue, for example, because Zubats are a lot more common in that game or something. Yeah, Mega Horn. 526. It should be around the 700s or something that I should be getting the Zubats, I'm not sure. Because like Monday and Tuesday there was like 2 cutoff points where I did some like other stuff for like an hour and a half, so I don't know. Let's see here, 527. I mean, I'm pretty sure that is what Weedle did for Apom. For Apom? Are you talking about Weedle like within Xenoverse, or are you talking about actual Weedle? I think if anything, yeah, Weedles might be pretty easy to find now that I think about it, like Route 1. Oh no, actually, never mind. There's multiple Pokemon in Route 1. Never mind. It did hit me that, like, Weedles might be. Or are you talking about, yeah, you are talking about the Xenoversal one, huh? Because, like Apom's also Xenoversal, or Xenoversal, vintage-ified, I don't know what the word is. Actual Weedle, he showcased it in the, what I am assuming is the Safari. Oh, yeah, because you're not in that point in the game yet. It's a place called String Forest. It's a certain forest that... Wait, no, you've been to that forest. Yeah, String Forest where Galvantula X is from. I had to think about it. Because I was gonna try to avoid spoilers saying like, oh, well, that's where, you know, the forest you have to go through to fight a boss, but then you already been through it. Yeah, that was in String Forest. Or wait, it might be a different part of it. Half the forest is blocked. Yeah, somewhat. I don't know. There's an area in the right. I think you can go into like post game, but yeah, no, that's pretty early in the forest. Like you go in, it's like in the middle section, where you got the Apom. I honestly don't remember Apom's being there, to be honest with you. 530. Because I went through that forest a little bit to try to find some Pokemon. I mean, I was mostly outside the forest though, because I was trying to get the Pikachu more so. But there's also like Caracrosses and Chikaritas as far as I know. I mean, I could look up if Apoms are available there. I could be wrong either way, because I legitimately don't remember Apom being that route. Let's put Stream Forest Xenoverse. Okay, let's see here. There is Swaddle, Beefle, Punchbug, Cottony, Ekans, Heracross, Oddish, Chikorita, Morlul, Bloom. Surfing is Magikarp, Corphish. Old Rod is Magikarp. Good Rod's Birigiri, Corphish, Magikarp. Super Rod, Gyarados, Birigiri, Crawdon, Corphish, Feebas. Zone 2 is Swaddle, Beefle, Punchbug, Cottony, Oddish, Ekans, Heracross, Gachigachu, Chikorita, Morlul. Surfing is Magikarp, Corphish. Old Rod is Magikarp. Good Rod is Magikarp and Corphish. Super Rod is Gyarados, Corphish, Crawdon, Feebas. Zone 3 is Beefle, Sawaddle, Punchbug, Ekans, Carney, Gachigachu, Joltik, X, Heracross, and Chikorita. It doesn't look like there's a Aipom available. Unless that's like a previous update, unless they changed it. Or it is the whole different section past where that lady is. I don't know. I honestly don't even know what's past that. Or not the lady, but you know, the fucking scientists. They're like, oh, well, one person, the scientist doesn't know that we're here. We're still researching, and they're still doing it to this day. And I don't know what's keeping them. There's a place called Murky Swamp. Damn, these are higher level Pokemon. So Murky Swamp is Punchbug, Grimer, Gloom, Manticore, Mux, Skuntank, Croagunk, Arbok, Toxicroak, and that's it. What the hell? I don't understand why there's no Aipom then. I don't fully understand that. It doesn't even show the picture of Murky Swamp. And this is the Xenoverse wiki too, so it's not like the most accurate. I don't fully understand that. Okay, let me just type Aipom. Aipom. Pokemon Xenoverse. So there is availability. Okay, the availability makes no fucking sense because it literally says none, and then this Pokemon cannot be obtained. Then followed by common, then uncommon, where it says Hero's Path. Then it says fossil rare, one and another. It's like, what? So it's uncommon in the Hero's Path. Which is like, it's an area you haven't been to, but that's where I got Shiny Donanas from. 531. Which I don't remember seeing it in the Hero's Path, to be honest with you. I might have. Oh, actually, yeah, I might have. Yeah. So maybe that's the... Okay, so maybe it is true then, because yeah, it is kind of basically the safari area in a way. Maybe I wasn't paying attention in the video, because all I saw was grass and trees, and maybe I just assumed it was the string forest or something. 532. I swear that the description says it came from there, though. I have no idea. Yeah, so it's the Hero's Path. Hero's Path is definitely where Weedle was. He was riding one of those birds in the pig. Yeah. Okay, then yeah, it is it. Yeah, that's where you would ride it. That'd be very difficult then. Why? Well, there's no limited steps in that place. It's until your Pokemon dies is when the challenge is over. I feel like if anything, it might be pretty hard to find a vintage mon through that, because like even through grinding through the Pokemon with your like Donanas and shit like that, you can't heal your Pokemon or restore your power points or anything unless you like legitimately have to rely on other Pokemon to give you like lepta berries and citrus berries and shit like that to survive off of. So to kill 500 Aipoms and then find it that way is crazy. I still don't fully understand how A-Drive and Munching Orange got in contact with Weedle to, you know, to get given a vintage mon, or vintage mon, a mystery gift mon. Trevenant for the win. 534. Perpetual leopardberry. Yeah. And there's a few fire types in the hero's path too. That's what makes it difficult. If you could run into like a Pyroar or a Scovile, and they can be very dangerous for your grass steel type. Sometimes they get dumb though and they don't use their fire move, but that's like way later in the game. You won't tackle that till like I had just done that, and I'm by the 7th gym. That's like right after the 6th gym. Not like right after, but you know, a little bit ways away. But I got the Donanas not that long ago. Just to give you some clue into how far in the game it is. Oops. Ah, don't miss. Okie dokie, 535. Guys. 536. But yeah, it was kind of funny that yesterday we were talking about like what's the more likely shiny to find in this, and we said like Ghastly and stuff, and Zubats. Zubat was the #1 answer. I was hoping to get shiny Puppleon, but I'm cool with the shiny Oddish. I'm also cool with the second shiny Oddish. But I didn't have any other green names that I wanted to name it something a bit different. And I was looking up green names and they got weird choices. Like, I didn't know there was a color named Kelly. I'm like, what? Oddish was second though, so we weren't that far off. Yeah. Anything weirder, we would get a Pokemon that we just didn't see in this grass or whatever, like a fucking Rudigon just shows up. There hasn't been anybody, like, there's somebody else that replied in the Xenoverse Discord, but nobody even answered his question. He put, any idea where the TM Ice Beam is? The wiki says west of the Golden Gate in Aurora Den, but I can't find it. And I'm surprised nobody answered this question. Like, did they just not legitimately know, or... Somebody had to add an Ice Beam. I don't have it yet, or else I would have answered it for him. Are pretty hidden, to be honest. Yeah, there's a few 537. Well, I'm not sure which ones are the ones you tackled, but there's a few that are inaccessible until you get like you know, all the starters basically. I assume you already got the one in Mount Starburst. Oh wait, no, that one might be only available through TriShot. Never mind. I think. I could be wrong. Sometimes I walk around just running into walls, pressing A. Well, there's some stuff that will clue you in on where it may be. There's one that you may have missed. Then there's where the Bergmite route is. There's one in like the top right corner towards the end of the route, like I think before the bridge. If you didn't get that one, unless you did already. Okay, I guess I just have body slams left. 538. There's no one on the route on Mount Starburst, that's just part of the rubble of the ruins. Oh, there's one on the road too. Part of the rubble of the ruins. Because there's two on Mount Starburst. One of them you can't get in for sure until post-game. And then there's another one that's inside the volcano. And I'm trying to think, did I count this one already? Fuck. I don't think I did. 539, I hope I didn't. Oh shit, hold on. I don't think I did. Okay, cool. I hope I didn't at least. Yeah, there's one inside the volcano, I'm pretty sure. Across the tornadors. But I'm pretty sure that's it's only meant for TriShot, I think. Because I got a TriShot, and I don't know that for a fact, because it doesn't say only TriShots could go in or some shit like that, but you should see like Charmeleons and shit like that in this den in particular. The other one's blocked in through this electric gate on the outside where you could find Pokemon on the snow. But like I said, you can't get that one till like post game. I don't know how many dens I have. I don't remember how to look up achievements. I think it's... hold on. How many dens do I got? It doesn't show... It doesn't show fucking... Never mind. It only shows completed ones. Bullshit. Snap, fuck, oh well. I'm not too crazy about this Marvel Snap season. It's just like visions of the future with like, you know, Scarlet Witch husband, but just different androids, I guess. I didn't even know there was more than one besides like the white one. 540. Body slam. I feel like I've miscounted like 100%. There's no way. Baby Iron Man. 543. Venomized Juggernaut. There's this one. Cosmic Companions. Venomized Viper. Playing Crane variant. And then Deathlock. Oops, I didn't exit the page. 544. Alright, claim my credits now. Let's see here. Win a location with 10 or less power twice. Win a match with Snap twice. Draw 25 cards. Draw one cost card 5 times. Okay, well, I'll do that later. I got 9,000 credits now, what the fuck? Yeah, like I said, I really wanted to use Pup-Leon early in the Nuzlocke, but you know, sometimes you can't get what you want in Nuzlocke. It's just whatever's the first Pokemon on the route. Ironically, I'm pretty sure the first encounter I got was Zubat, I think. Or it might have been Ghastly, I don't recall. I'm pretty sure it was Zubat. I don't think I caught a regular Ghastly. Well, apparently I did. There's a Pokeball on it. Maybe it was Ghastly. Where the fuck did I get the Zubat done? Unless I used the token. Yeah, I might have caught both. Yeah, it was Zubat and Ghastly in this route. I used the token in this area. That's what happened. Yeah, I'm almost positive. 545. I think I used the token specifically to find Pup-Leon, and I ended up getting Ghastly. Oops. Crap. I can't type for shit. I'm like trying to multitask and I made it worse typing. typing. Just because I've made a mistake on like the first word. I'm like, bruh. Let's see here. I don't remember what shiny Crobat looks like, by the way. Isn't it just like pink? So like Zubat goes from green to pink. I think Golbat's also green. I don't remember. 46. Zubat is green. Well, I know that much. Golbat's green. Look, isn't Crobat like pink though, right? Crobat's pink for some reason. Yeah. Oops. It's a weird choice for sure. I don't totally understand Crobat in general, because like it's supposed to be a Pokemon that like Golbat, you know, you boost with happiness and stuff. If anything, Golbat's probably the happiest of the three. But then like you max out in friendship, and then Crobat never fucking smiles. Like very rarely it does in like the anime, I guess. But it always has like his frown all the time, with like angry eyes. So that's him at his max happiness. So I don't know. Bloody Slime. It's funny how Cyrus had a Crobat. Yeah. I mean, it shows that like, at least for like Silver, for example, like he's had some character growth where he hadn't had these Pokemon to evolve and shit like that. And he eventually evolved his Golbat to a Crobat. Like, a lot of people don't know that it does happen, because they think that the battle in Mount Moon's the last battle, but you can't battle him again on like, I think like Tuesdays and Wednesdays or Thursdays or whatever, like outside the stairs of the Pokemon League. You know, this is after the Mount Moon battle. And he has like, you know, his Crobat and such. They slam. 548. He does have a bit of a different team though, for sure. A lot of his team fits, but like Pokemon like Magneton doesn't really make sense to me. But you know, it's fine either way. Because I feel like he should have a Tyranitar or something. 549. I don't know though, like Golbat to Crobat is like one example of it. And then like in the anime there's like one evil ass Togepi that like in my head I'm all like he's never gonna evolve, like ever, unless he like changes his belief or some shit, or his just change himself in general, then maybe he'll be able to evolve. But at this rate, he's never gonna evolve. Unless it's like not the case with like friendship. Maybe you can still be best friends with like an evil villain, and then that's how he becomes super happy, just off of evilness, I guess. But I don't know. I still think they should have like a dark evolution or something. Like have a different Togetic and then a Togekiss that's like evil. Cause like Togekiss and Togetic, they're supposed to be rare on purpose. Like, you know, obviously we get them in eggs and stuff like that. I thought we got to 550 already. Obviously like we get them through eggs, and everybody and their mom has a Togepi at this point. But you know, in the world of Pokemon and the anime, like Togekiss is supposed to be a rare ass Pokemon that it's only around, you know, when things are super happy and peaceful. It would be funny if they had an Evo that evolves from the mon just hating the trainer. I feel like it's a bunch of herbal power or something. Yeah, I mean, they have the move Frustration and stuff, and they got, you know, like you said, the herbs and shit that would get them, you know, to hate the trainer a lot more and shit. So I know that Pokemon wants to be like, you know, kind of more positive and wants to change the world for the better, but like, I feel like Pokemon should still be able to evolve, you know, closer. I mean, there's like the Team Rocket booster packs when there's like dark variations, like, cause my favorite Pokemon card is like Dark Typhlosion, for example. And like all these other cards that are evolved, they have like their dark variants. But you know, it doesn't really change his look or anything. It's just like a little bit more intimidating and more aggressive, and that's as far as it goes. But like it still would be cool. 552. And like even in Pokemon Forever, they got like the dark ball that apparently maxes out their level and makes them evil and shit. Like when he used it on Tyranitar and shit like that. I don't know how true it is about maxing out your level, because that's fucking crazy, but still. It's shit like that. That pretty much was the closest thing to a Dark Tyranitar. I haven't seen whatever manga they were talking about, because like the other day, like I said, I saw a red page that apparently there's a Dark Armor Tyranitar that I didn't know about. You know, when they were showing different variants like Crystal Onyx and all that. I forgot what they said what manga it was. It was like the Light Rider or some shit like that. I don't recall what it is. I have no idea where it's from. I have the Dark Lugia that was legit in the one Pokemon DX game. Yeah, that's true. And that's the only time I really liked Lugia the most, really. Just the Dark Lugia. I think it's really cool. And the Shadow Mewtwo and all that. I don't know if Shadow Mewtwo is supposed to be implied to be the evil Mewtwo, I don't remember. It's been a while since I saw the Pokken storyline. I think I ran out of body slams, so now, damn it. Okay, well let's just switch to Jigglypuff. Oops. So yeah, it's basically just not like shying away from like dark variants of it. Even though Coliseum and Gala Darkness supposed to be on, like different on purpose, Like maybe the main Pokemon company didn't want to do that necessarily. So there's that. But yeah. Hold on, I'm gonna take the time to... Let me try to find that spot I was talking about. I think it's here. No, I might be in the wrong spot. Wait, where's the other side of the fucking... The other side of the mountain, is it not? Why isn't this flyable? It might be easier over here anyway. They ported it for the Switch 2, I think. Oh, nice. I don't have a Switch 2 at the moment, but you know, if I did, I probably would try to go for it or something. Okay, might as well see. I don't know if you got this done right here somewhere. I think it's right here in the corner. Oh, Hiccolo, that's the Pokemon. I think I have to get off my hoverboard. But yeah, it's right here in the corner. I don't know if you got this one. Oh, I don't have my starter Pokemon on me. But I already did anyway, so it's all good. There's still a few dens I haven't been to that, you know, you won't have access with until you like cut certain trees down or surf across certain places. I still don't have surf yet. Like I can get it if I wanted to, but I'm not in that part of the episode yet, in like part 47. Because I just barely entered the town when I ended the last episode, and I don't want to, you know, start the episode go like, oh hey guys, I already got surf and I took the time to surf around and did all the stuff. 555. I mean, it's gonna be a long episode either way when I do that, because I'm gonna be going around the world and trying to find where to surf. Because cutting took a long ass time to do, and that, like, if cutting took a long ass time, the fucking surfing's gonna take twice as long, because I had to search all the places I've already been to. 556, because you get cut rather pretty late in the game, I would say. Because you get it kind of before the whole Hero's Path thing, and that's like after Gym 6, and yeah, that's kind of late, considering we just already been to like 13 different places since then. Usually cuts pretty early, but I don't know. Okay, bad. 57. But yeah, here's my plan for later today. Besides doing some other errands, I got this, and this isn't like a sponsored thing or anything, but I have this app that lets me get a free thing at a gas station, and I hope it works, because I'm trying to get a drink and a personal pizza. So hopefully they let me do the two, because that's what I plan on doing. And I know it's not recommended to get a personal pizza at a gas station or any pizza in general, but it's free. So that's kind of what I'm gonna try to do later. Free stuff is nice, yeah. Free stuff do be nice. So after I do my thing, I'm gonna do that, and hopefully it works out. Because if not, I'll just go to some other gas station that has the app qualified for it, and then get that free shit there. And pretend I didn't get the other free shit somewhere else. Unless the whole app thing's gonna snitch on me. It's like, hey, no, you use the app on this other store or whatever. I don't think apps do that though, as far as I'm aware. Free is definitely one of my favorite flavors. Yeah, for sure. They should just have free on like a soda machine or something. Just like placed on somewhere there. Next to water or some shit. I don't think I see water nowadays in the thing. I don't. Water's usually like always in the back, and then they just kind of, you know, when you ask for water or something, they just do it. 558. Skim through for today and stuff like that. Whether I counted accurately or not, it probably is just one off, I'm not sure. It basically took like 3 days to get to 500. That's not bad. Like I could have done more, so you know, theoretically it would have been 600 or more. Like I said, for like Monday and Tuesday, like for Monday I took the time to find 13 Eevees, and that took like an hour and a half. And then I started dealing with the Zubats. 560. And then for Tuesday, on like my dad's birthday on that stream, like we stopped an hour and a half early to do TCG Pocket. You know, so like the count would have been more had I started earlier or continued later to do the count. And for yesterday is probably the highest of anything. I think we started at like 329. We stopped at 499. So that's like 170. Which I could have done more still, but I stopped on purpose before 500. And that was like around 4:30, so that's like another hour and 15 minutes. So I haven't done a full-fledged one, is basically what I'm saying. But, I mean, it's still a good sign either way. That's like 200 Zubats per day, if I want to go that route. But I keep on, like, hitting the wall of between 160 and 180. To give some preference and stuff. I think that's the last Megacorn. 561. Let's see here. My other concern is like if I do end up trying to do the trade or whatever, like I don't know, like if they wouldn't be available at the time, because I would like to do it on stream, like do this trade. I think I still have another one. What the fuck? I thought it ran out. 562. This is a reminder the number's cut off, so I can't necessarily see it, but it's all good. Okay, yeah, that's 2 more Megahorns, okay. Because I know there's some English players, of course, in the Xenoverse Discord, but a lot of them are based in Italia, and by the time I want to trade and then they're free, then it's probably when I'm no longer streaming and stuff. So hopefully I catch them in the same window. Because like when I was looking on the trading page, they seem pretty active, and like once they trade, they're like, okay, we could do it like right now. Or sometimes they would put it off and go like, okay, well we could do it like later. Are you available now? Oh, okay, let's do it now. And then they start exchanging. 563. So hopefully I could catch them to do that. That would be very nice. And you know, hopefully they would like either the shiny hysteric or shiny nose pass, because they kind of just been sitting, chilling and stuff. 564. Okay, you know what? Actually, yeah. Now that I think about it, from the Russian roulette thing on my PC, because like I was thinking about picking the 15 Pokemon and having one of them be like the first 3 kills that I officially ran out, and I did. Okay. Like, it's less punishing for the hysteric and the shiny nose pass, because I have 3 more shiny hysterics and another shiny nose pass. So like, even if they do die, then that means that that's the new shiny nose pass and then the new shiny hysteric at that point. So it's not that punishing if you really think about it. That's if somebody claims it though. But if nobody claims it, then those are just extra ones I can just use. So maybe I should consider taking them out of the punishment side. Yeah, that might have to be the case. We'll see, I don't know. I also don't know when the hell this, like, shiny Eevee is gonna get hatched from the egg, because we're at damn near 130. No, we are at 130 Eevees hatched out of 1,000. But we'll see. Okay. How's Silk Song going for you, by the way? I don't even know how far or how, you know, long the game is in general, so I wouldn't even know if you're halfway or anything, or if you're still considered in the beginning, or maybe you sped running out, you're towards the end. Yeah, because I have no idea how long Hollow Knight is even. I unlocked wall jumping, so I am re-exploring everything. Oh, okay. Okay, another Zubat. 566. I just hope that in the future, like, another fan-made game or a ROM hack doesn't do, like, doesn't have me do this again, where I have to do proof on something. Because like I said, with Pokemon Prism, I had like a weird glitch when it comes to Varanius, like their, you know, fake Emon legendary, and that shit was a pain in the ass to deal with. Because I legitimately had to do a scrap recording because of that. Like, I was trying to find it and I was wondering why it just straight up didn't work, and I'm like, bro, what? I looked into it and legitimately had to go to debug mode, legitimately had to code it to make it work, and legitimately had to, you know, debug in a fucking Master Ball because they told me that's the only way to work. And I'm like, bruh. But that's just, I was advised to do that. That's the only way to fix the problem. Not like code it to make it work, but like I had to do something specific. I don't exactly remember what. I talked about it in the video, but I don't know. It just didn't it just got stuck on a route, and that route didn't even have grass or water to encounter it. And then when I did all the thing that I was suggested upon by this other person, they told me to do these steps, and then he eventually rotated, like he started moving, but then he just stops at Route 1 and he doesn't move. And I don't like that because it feels like a handout, because that kind of defeats the purpose of a roaming Pokemon, is to do that. But you know, he was pretty easy to find, go on the first route, and then after I have to toss the Master Ball. It's kind of the weirdest and easiest roaming Pokemon to catch, so it was very anticlimactic. But this kind of shows the same energy a little bit. Just, you know, just a tiny design flaw when it comes to their respective games. And like I said, I like Pokemon Prism a lot. But, I don't know. I was hoping that it wouldn't happen again. And hopefully it doesn't in the future. But knowing myself, it probably will happen, I don't know. Okay, let's see, let's go with the hammer. 568. Let's check this one. Okay, that's good. 570. $571. Okay. Is it messaging some more? So yeah, besides the whole Togepi to Togetic Togekiss thing, like if I were to make an evil version of it or whatever, like even with Golbat to Crobat, like I kind of, you know, when picturing like what would be the evil Crobat, ironically I have it smiling because I drew it a long time ago. It's not like the best design or anything because it still needs to be touched upon. But like if in the future, you know how like some people always like commission to have like other artists make their art and stuff and like have those Pokemon videos just talk about like the Fakemon they made or whatever. Like if I had that when it comes to Golbat, he would be a straight up vampire looking like Pokemon that ironically would be smiling or whatnot, even though he's the dark one. As opposed to Crobat, who's just like mean mugging the whole time and such. Cause like Golbat in the red-blue design, you know, he looks all, I don't know what the word is. I want to use the word like lackadaisical, but I don't know if that would be the right word to use. But he has like a weird face going on with his tongue swinging around, and has saliva on and shit like that. Not the best sprite, but you know. Red and blue sprites are always kind of questionable as that. Especially like the Executor one. I think the Executor one's probably the worst sprite. And there's some bag sprites even that looks a bit weird because, you know, if you saw Marowak's sprite, he looks like a straight up horse. At least to me he does. But yeah, I would 100% make like this new Golbat to a Crobat into a straight up vampire. I feel like standing. Okay. And there's some other ones too that I have to consider that I forgot what else I evolved via like darkness or some shit. I think Pichu evolves via friendship. Doesn't Elekid evolve level 30 or some shit? It's something weird like that. Smoochum evolves via friendship, I think. Cleffa, Igglybuff. 74. I think Azurill also evolves via friendship, like a lot of the baby Pokemon does. I think Tyro evolves at like level 20. Magby, I think Magby Does he evolve at level 30 or is it by friendship? I'm trying to think of others. I mean, it'd be harder to talk about with like the evolution, because like that's also like Espeon and Umbreon involved in friendship and day and night. So maybe they could be a good excuse to like use different types for that. Because like I said before, like Umbreon originally was hinted to be a poison type Pokemon at first. So they can make that a thing if they wanted to. Make the evil variant a poison type. And then make the other one, like they could go for a ghost type if they wanted to. Make that the evil evolution. And I also mentioned before that in Sun and Moon they originally were gonna make like the flying type evolution. They just got that in the vault. They're saving that for a rainy day. I'm not sure what exactly is the reason why, but they're saving it for a rainy day. I think it would have created more hype, to be honest, for Sun and Moon. I think Sun and Moon needed that hype as well, a little bit more hype. I need my ghost type evolution stone for Eevee, promptly named Brick. Oh. And everybody's still awaiting the dragon type evolution, but you know, if anything, they should just save that dragon evolution for last, because then the other people wouldn't, I don't know, they wouldn't be as hyped or whatever. I heard that the flying type Eevee was cancelled because they found fan art that was too similar to what they had. Yeah, I think I've heard that too, yeah. I mean, they could still make some changes, like a little bit to tightening it. I don't know what the word is. Tightening it up. Fuck, I don't know. Cleaning it up more, basically. Maybe adding some features to it that makes it stand out a bit more. Because I imagine that it probably has, like, you know, feathered wings on his ears and shit like that. Maybe some clouds here and there. People were considering the name Avion. Okay. But would 1500 be a good number to just like cut off point for Zubat? Because I'm still not sure if I should or shouldn't. I'm not sure. I might be talking too soon. It should be, in theory, a good cutoff point. I feel like, honestly, shit. I still have like the unlucky factor within me though. I don't know. That's a small possibility too for myself. 576. That I might not be like the best guy to test this out when I'm already unlucky to begin with. Like if the unluckiest guy on the world walks out, they get shot by a lightning storm. It's like maybe don't test that guy out to have like, you know, your luck base factor test, you know, be a thing. 577. But I basically had my Thanos moment where Cosmic Soul pissed me off, so that's kind of where I'm at the moment. Body Slam. But yeah, there's also Lucario, who, I mean, shit, people could go to town with like like making fan art of that, because like Riolu also evolves like via friendship with Lucario in the morning time. People forget about that. And like Riolu is just pure fighting type, so then to become a steel fighting or whatnot, like you can make this other Lucario a different typing besides steel if they wanted to. It depends on what you think is true. Stopping at 1500 is fine if you think it should be at 1 out of 500 odds. Yeah, I mean that's kind of my logic, is because like if I haven't found it you know, in 1,000 encounters when it's 1 out of 500, it only makes sense to me to stop there. Not necessarily stop, but like that would be a pretty good point to see the test or whatnot. Like, you know, in theory it shouldn't, you know, like I said with the 15% or 1.5 extra or whatever, like if it's 1 out of 500, it, like I would more likely find it around 650, like I said, because I won't fully expect to find it within the first 500 and then and there. But if you think you could only get 1 out of 4k odds, so without the retro decks, then I mean you would have to do more. Yeah, I'll if I'm feeling like, you know, tackling it down more or something, then yeah, I'll probably go for the 4,000 or whatever. I hope that's not the truth though, if it's always just 1 out of 4k and then the vintage decks is truly what it is to have it into a 1 out of 500 odds. That would be bullshit. Because that only means I'm only a quarter of the way there, just a little bit over, and that would suck all the balls in the world. I don't know one person on YouTube that found a vintage mon outside of Pichu before 8 gens, because that could also be confirmation. There's not that many people that play Pokemon Xenoverse on YouTube. Like I know Munching Orange, I know A-Drive, I know Shady Penguin, I know Mr. Fruit, and that's it. That's all I know. And there's not many people posting about it either. I just also realized I didn't get a reply from that one person pertaining to giving me like whether they're cool with trading or not, because in case they got extra retro Eevees. 579. But they have been inactive on YouTube for like 2 months or something, so I don't know. I have to trade them something worthwhile though. Like they don't have Shiny Hysteric or Shiny Nosepass, but they got the Evolve form, so maybe they already caught and then evolved them. I'm not sure. 580. But yeah, they have like their own video, like their channel name was like Sakura something like that. It started with Sakura, I know that much. But they have like their own Xenoverse videos, but they just kind of, they don't like play the game and post them, they kind of just show their collection and show those off in a video. Yeah, if I do get the trade, then of course I'll say the whole name. I mean, I should say the whole name anyway, but at the moment I don't remember. But they also, that's how I know about the Pink Pathway Pokemon, because I didn't know all the variant styles till I saw that video like a few days ago. You know, like I said about like the Halloween style Gengar, etc, etc. That's from her video. Because there's like nobody else that covers it. I mean, maybe A-Drive did, I don't know, or maybe, because I know he did some post-game stuff, but I didn't get to that point in watching on the Let's Play, or the Nuzlocke rather. Because I stopped watching it after the whole Eevee events, and then he started playing other games, and then eventually he came back to it because of the DLC. But at that point I stopped watching the Xenoverse thing because I moved on myself, I guess. I got out of the phase. I mean, is it a possibility that it's always like a 1/4K chance? Like, it could be just like a vintage dex thing just to have a 1 out of 500? Like, stuff going on? Because it could be like, there's 3 possible options. It could be like, you cannot find any vintage mons whatsoever until you get the vintage decks. Or it could be like the 1 out of 4,000 and then 1 out of 67,000 chance. And the whole 1 out of 500 thing is only when you get the vintage decks. Or all those apply and the vintage decks just makes it easier so you have a counter. It's like one of the 3 options. 584. Possible, sure, but what if the number of encounters in general that you have is it seems stupidly improbably. Yeah. I don't know. There's not enough people. It's not enough people to have like the statistics correct. Because I can't beat the luck guy at all. I can't beat the statistic number guy. 585. But we may or may not see. We don't know yet. I think if I stop at 1500 and if I do decide on like killing the Odysseus and I also get to 1500, I don't know if that will answer my question or not. I need to, you know what, let me type in Tauros, because Tauros is a confirmed Pokemon that is no longer available as a Retromon. But I need to see if he's only available. Tauros. Pokemon. Xenoverse. Because that's my question. If I look this up, and if he's just at a random ass grass part where you could just always see him, or whatever, 100% male all the time. I think because Miltank's the counterpart, isn't it? Are the Paldean Tauros always male too? Supposedly... Oh, what? The Westar Railway Station, it's uncommon. That does not help me. That doesn't help me at all. Damn it. That doesn't answer the question for shit. Because if you could just find them and they're just not available, then like what the fuck then? That complicates things so much, it's so annoying. Because that's why I keep hearing that Tauros is for sure the one that's like just not obtainable anymore. But if you kill 500 of these Tauros, it just won't work or something. So that sounds like a bug issue to me, to be honest with you. The Westar Rail Station, I don't remember seeing it there. Like there's a few. I don't fucking know, man. The more I dig into this, the more like the less and less it makes sense. 586. 37. And hopefully when people see this, the whole stream title, they don't think I'm just like test streaming rather than like experimenting. Yeah, because I have no idea. Let's see if Google could confirm it for me. Then let me just try it. Pokemon Vintage. Crap. Hold on. Let me try that again. Vintage Pokemon in Xenoverse that are no longer available. It doesn't. It just first results of vintage decks. There's a Reddit page that says when can I get a vintage Pokemon? I'm like scrolling through. That's also not helpful, bro. That's what I'm talking about. Like, what is this? I'm like looking through the Google search and it's just not helpful. Maybe that's like a English to Italian thing that I have to like look up or whatever. I don't fucking know. That sucks so bad. Might as well go here. Let's see here. See, and also like if I were to pitch to Weedle on why he shouldn't have done this, like if it was post game, just like for people that wants to, you know, for a PokeTuber that, you know, if they wanted to do like how people do shiny locks, right? To like catch a shiny Pokemon and then they don't move on till like their first encounter for every after gym or whatnot. Now they can't do that for Retromons in the beginning of the game. Like that's just too much. Because I already thought people were crazy enough to do shiny locks like that to keep going until they find a shiny, then they move on to the series and stuff like that. Like that's a lot. And with the prerequisite for vintage mods, like if someone was crazy enough to do a retro lock or something, they can't. Because like I feel bad for the poor soul that would think that's a good idea and think it's possible, and then they go through this shit. Like, you know, if it was easier to do, I probably would have considered doing a retro lock, you know, coming back to this game. This game has, like, huge amounts of replayability. But you take out the retro mods and you make it a post-game thing, then you just make it more impossible. Because it's definitely doable, like, you know, like I said, the first gym, like, before taking him on, you could just, like, keep grinding for Oddishes, or try to find Weedles, because those have vintage mons available. And if for whatever reason later on, if there's a Pokemon that doesn't have, like, you know, have a Pokemon that has a vintage available, then you backtrack to the other routes, and then you try to go for those, I guess. 591. Okay, Papillon. I have seen something about Odyssey today though, or not, well I guess technically today, yeah, because it was like, did I run out of these? No, I didn't. It's more so that they talked about Odyssey 2, because I guess they're moving pretty fast and then moving on to another game or whatnot. But I saw a variant on Finnegan, like, you know, Braxian, fuck, I'm forgetting her name. Shit, the Middle Evolution Delphox. It starts with a B, I don't know why I'm blanking. It's not Braxian. Oh god, I'm blanking so hard. But like, basically they had like their variants and it was like a witch form type of getup. And I don't know shit about Odyssey to begin with, but I have heard murmurs about it. And that's the big thing nowadays. I haven't even seen any clips. That's as far as I saw was Odyssey 2 with them teasing Finnegan's line, pretty much. $593. Let me look at the Middle Evolution, because for the life of me, I don't know why I'm blanking on it. Braixen? Yeah. What did I say a second ago? Like Broxen? That was close. Breaks-ish. Yeah, because wasn't there like a different Pokemon called that or something? Because that, when I said it out loud, when I said something else, it sounded like a whole different Pokemon. Like it sounded like one of the other dragons or fish or something. It sounded like, fuck, what does it remind me of? Unless I'm thinking of Bruxish, like the Bruxish. What was the fucking fish name from Sun and Moon? Maybe that's what I'm thinking of. Bruxish. Okay, that's probably what it is then. Damn it. I didn't mean to miss. $5.95. We're almost hitting 100 today so far. I noticed towards the end we weren't finding as much Zugats, and I don't know if it's because like the shiny Oddish kind of like showed up and I was like, you know, a bit thrown off. honestly. I'm trying to remember what the other friendship evolutions are. Let's see. So it was most of the baby Pokemon. For 3rd gen, why not evolve to level 15, right? Some shit like that. I think Chingling evolves via friendship, right? How come they never completed the whole Manaphy Fione storyline? Cause like Manaphy, like, creates an egg, and Manaphy comes from an egg first off, but there's no way to get like another one or anything. But like when Manaphy gets an egg, you know, it then becomes, that egg proceeds to be a Fione, and nobody really knows why. But like, Fione doesn't evolve or anything, and there's like no 3rd Manaphy or something, because you would think that there'd be like a 3rd variation or something, like if they're just gonna have something completely else. I don't fully understand it. Sounds right. And I don't know, I just don't fully get it. 596. I mean, I feel like it's something that they might tackle in the future. Is getting like some type of complete thing with that. I don't know, something about it seems off. There's like no point of origin for Manaphy. Like what hatched, what's the contents of getting a Manaphy egg to begin with? Like where does that come from? I think there needs to be more Pokemon that use Evo stones. Some stones only have like maybe 2 Pokemon, while like one stone has like 5. Yeah, I actually like stone evolutions a lot. I wanted them to do that for like the evolutions especially. I didn't really want Umbreon to evolve like, oh, friendship at the nighttime, friendship at the daytime. Like that's fine with other Pokemon, but like they introduced the Sunstone, and like they have a Moonstone already. They could have just easily did that, you know, give a Moonstone to Eevee, bam, he evolves to Umbreon. Like I know that the explanation of why they didn't want to do that is because the Moonstone existed, and it's like, why didn't Eevee evolve back then or whatever? But you know, at the end of the day, it doesn't matter, because it's like, you know, like other stones exist too, and it wasn't introduced till this point, you know. But like Eevee used the Sunstone to evolve to Espeon, then bam, or whatever, that could have been a thing. I think some Pokemon should have the option to evolve a mon early with the stone rather than with levels. Yeah. The catch is that you lose a good move in the process or something. Yeah. And like Glaceon and Leafeon, they could have had the same thing where it's like the Ice Stone and Leaf Stone, except the Ice Stone wasn't introduced till like Sun and Moon, right? I feel like the Ice Stone should have been introduced a long time ago, to be honest with you. And then Sylveon makes sense to evolve via Shiny Stone. I don't know. Or Dawnstone, you know, one could argue with that too. Ice Stone was a sword and shield thing, I think. Nah, I remember Alolan Vulpix evolved via Ice Stone. I don't think it came before Sun and Moon though. I don't think it was an X and Y, as far as I'm aware. $5.97. But yeah, I only know that because I use an Alolan Vulpix for my team. I don't remember how Cubone evolved to Alolan Marowak though. I don't think it's as simple as I don't think it says a Firestone or Duststone or anything. It might have been something else. I don't remember if you have to teach it a move or something. That's I don't recall at all. $5.98. In the works. Okay, run out of that. No problem. $5.99. That's officially 100 of Zubats we killed today so far. In the span of basically 2 hours. That's not a good sign. We're actually finding less Zubats, because we usually find like 50 an hour. So we're actually behind on Zubats. Well, maybe. I don't know if it's exactly 50 an hour, because like, you know, with the time span of like 4 hours or whatever, like, you know, that'd be like 160 we would find. So it's a little less than that. Again, I haven't been really fully keeping track of how many. It's always like an hour and a half off or something. 200, an hour and 15 minutes. But the regular number is like about 160 to 170 Zubats per day. You know, come to think of it, the gas station I was thinking of, I don't recall them having a microwave, or them even cooking pizzas in general. 600 though, so I'm a bit concerned that they'll just give me a sellout answer. It's like, oh no, we don't have it here. We could sell you that soda for $7 though. And it's like, oh, okay, you're gonna daylight rob me. All right, cool. So I'm not sure. I'm so glad that they changed the whole soda thing to make it $1. Because I'm pretty much a soda addict. So like when McDonald's and some certain gas stations sells it for $1, I'm like, yeah. You know? I just hate that they're kind of stingy with their fucking refills sometimes. Well, mostly for gas stations. McDonald's don't give a fuck if you have a refill. But gas stations are like, oh no, you have to pay it in full, you know, since you have an extra large cup, you have to pay it for extra large price. It's like, bro, like, calm down, dude. This is just syrup at the end of the day. Like, you're selling me syrup, sir. Like, it's just give me my refill. There was at one point, less than a year ago, well it's almost a year ago, I think I did went to get a soda at the gas station, and I put on the lid, and I thought it was on tight enough. And I was walking back home, and you know, since it was rainy a little bit and it was a bit windy, the lid kind of came off, and like a little bit of soda fell. Not all of it. Like I didn't drop the soda or anything, but the damn thing flew off. So a good like quarter of it spilled off, and I don't know. It was pretty saddening, and I didn't want to go back to the gas station I was just at, so I walked to the other one to see if I could get a refill. And that's what the dude told me, was that like, oh no, you have to pay. And I'm like, well, could I at least get another lid? Because like the fucking wind took it off. I literally did tell him too, and he could see that the soda cup was missing the lid and everything. I toned down my soda drinking a bit, or ate at least get 0 sugar or something. Yeah, I didn't count it, did I? 602. That I know for sure I didn't count for the Zubat, so I'm not second guessing myself here. No, but the dude could see that like because I think I was wearing like gloves and stuff because, you know, the weather and all that. And he could see that there's soda like within the cup and then within my gloves to you know, see that I'm telling the truth, that the soda spilled out a little bit. So, I don't know. I feel like if I was working at the gas station, I would have gave him a break and be like, yeah, sure, you could put in a refill a little bit. And it's not, I feel like it's too much to even say it's a refill. Like, it's only like less than a quarter of a cup. Like, I'm not asking for a lot, I just spilled a little bit. But, yeah, he was gonna charge me if I did. And I asked him, well, can I at least get another lid? Because, like, there's no lid with it, it's just empty. Or whatever. And I guess, like, you know, just to be on the safe side, they could have just, you know, think that I just pulled out a cup and just put in like not soda or whatever, so if, you know, I could, there's potential that these gas station people think that I'm like trying to swindle them on getting extra soda or something. Like, I could kind of see that a little bit, but I mean, it wasn't the case for me. But yeah, I got my lid and I just walked back. A bit salty, I couldn't like fill it up to where it was, but it's all good. I kind of wasted my time walking to the other side. Because we have two of the same gas stations that's in the same street for some reason. 605. But yeah, this was during the time where like both cars was just unable to be driven at all, so I was walking around a lot. Let's see here. Hammer arm. Having worked at a restaurant, soda is dirt cheap. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's just it's like I don't understand them like being stingy about it. It's like, I don't know, ever since, because honestly soda's been dirt cheap only because of the whole syrup thing. Like they transitioned it to a syrup, so it's so much easier to make, you know. With these syrups, you could just have it mixed with water and it tastes exactly like soda, and it's just kind of been accepted. That was like a thing changed like 8 years ago or 10 years ago or something like that. Because it wasn't always just straight up syrup, like pure syrup, I mean. Because yeah, of course soda's always made out of syrup and stuff, but like there was other contents and like, you know, straight up liquid throughout, rather than it starts with just syrup packets or whatever. I don't know if what I said makes any sense, but yeah. 607. Because I remember seeing a commercial about like, oh, see, you want Dr. Pepper? You just put the syrup in the water. You want 7-Up? Put the syrup in the thing. You want cherry soda? Put this syrup on or whatever. And they were selling it at the time. I'm sure that person's a millionaire to billionaire now, because I'm sure that the soda companies, you know, bought that product. Because that dude was able to replicate it or whatever. I don't fucking know. The person that made the porta potty is a millionaire. Maybe even a billionaire, I don't recall. I don't think I've... Like, unless it just got freshly brought in, I don't think I've ever seen a clean porta potty. They either were like heavily nuked because some person ate some Taco Bell like the moment before, or they just got it and landed it. It's never clean. 608. And I just hate those situations where, like, you know, you feel like you have to use the bathroom, so there's always that time where you feel like you have no choice but to use the bathroom. Those are the worst. You'd be like, alright, fuck it, I'll go to the... I'll use the porta potty, and hopefully it's not too dirty. That's what people would always say, just hopefully it's not too dirty. It's always disgusting though, no matter what. Any messages again? I do. Okay. Might as well check it. Okay. Okay. Did you already get your food, by the way, for like the day after? There's taking messages on here. There's nothing else on here. Okay. There's a lot of people entering the Xenoverse Discord I always see. Because, like, for example, yesterday you got yourself food from, like, the 24-hour store, you know, food for your work. Well, I don't know if that's a routine that you always do, unless you, like, you know, you do it usually in the daytime, but when you don't have time to, that you usually get at the night. Maybe it's that type of scenario. Because sometimes I lose track of time too, or maybe I don't have a chance to do something, then I would have to do it at a later time. I don't need it today, I get in late tomorrow. Oh, I see. have seen this person, like, he tried to make mega evolutions. Like, lately, that's what I saw on, like, the ROM hack side of the Reddit page. Except their mega for, like, Ninetales is just, like, a lowland Ninetales mixed with regular Ninetales, but with Ninetales colors. So that's as far as what that Ninetales looks like for the Mega Evolution. And I know for a fact that's not what it's gonna look like if Ninetales were to ever have, you know, a Mega Evolution for sure. It would probably look more like a deity of some kind. It would look something along the lines is what I imagine in my head as like that Digimon that like Renamon evolves into. I forgot the name. It's like Cubimon, I think, some shit like that. And they also made like a Raichu Mega Evolution, and it's just a lowland Raichu V-colored. It's like black. Ninetales just gets more tails. Yeah, probably. But I imagine that, like, cause you know, there's always the Pokédex entries that is basically a deity that can curse you and shit like that. That this time it probably would be Fire Psychic type or something, and that there'll be some like Foxfire around it or something. You know, some cultural stuff added to it. You know, because Cubimon, the way they design it, they have like the red and white rope around. I'm not sure what the hell else is called. You know, maybe some I forgot what that shit's called, the like little paper with the characters on it. Let's see here, 610. I was trying to think to myself if they ever would make like a Gigantamax form of a Pokemon that doesn't really get much bigger. Because like if there's like a small ass Pokemon like the Gimmighoul, for example, like if he Gigantamax, would he just be regular size, like the same size as like a Charizard or something? Like that thought kind of crossed my mind, but I'm sure they would just make it the same size as everything else, I guess. Because I still feel like Mega Halichik could be a little bit bigger. Like, it would have been cool to have it the same size as Machamp at least. But, I mean, I don't mind it even still. Because I feel like it grew like 3 inches or something. Like, it has become buffer and all that, but I don't know. Okay. 12 more body slams. 611. And yeah, like I said, I still kind of include all this as basically the same Eevee hunt, even though I've been killing Zubats the whole time. It's just to prove whether I can catch Eevee, that's why it's still part of the thing. That's why I'm not renaming it or anything like that. 612. Because, you know, obviously I could still be trying to grind to get more Eevees and stuff like that, but you know, if this disproves it, then like, I don't know, that's just it is what it is, I guess. 613. They could easily make like a Mega Politoed or something, you know, because like he has the whole King's Rock element to him, but like I think in his original design, didn't he have a crown or something? But he's supposed to be like the king frog that sings and stuff, and like I'm pretty sure that's like a Japanese folklore thing, like the giant king frog that sings. I don't know what Polygraph would look like if he's Mega. I imagine someone in the similar case as the Mega Halicha or something. I still don't remember all the Pokemon Field Friendship evolution. Hold on, I could just look it up. What are all the Pokemon evolving by via friendship? And we got another egg. Could this be it? That's 131. I don't know why my hand was on the mouse thinking that I was gonna count this, but I'm like, bro. Not only is it not an Eevee that I killed, but it's not a Zubat either. So I'm not sure why my hand was on the mouse. I think his Spiral would be more menacing, or Poliwrath. Like, yeah, there was somebody that, well, it wasn't necessarily a Mega Evolution that they made, but they made like a different typing of this Eevee, or this Poliwrath, where like, I think they made it like Water Psychic, where the Spiral looked more 3D like. And it's more hypnotic rather than it being a print on its belly. It kind of looked like a television screen. Like it looked more inward, like you could see through his body, and it's like the hypnotic symbol. Attack us up, special defense down, runaway ability. Okay, naughty nature, likes to fight. I got a lot of naughty nature ones, I feel. And that's another egg. By the end of all this, Drake is going to be level 100 and will not be able to afford her ever again. Alright, let's go. Check it out. Alright. But yeah, if anything, that counter alternative Pokemon design could easily be the Mega. That would be cool. It says Pichu to Pikachu, Cleffa to Clefairy, Igglybuff to Jigglypuff, Azurill to Meryl, Chansey to Blissey, which I didn't mention, Badoo and Roselia, Baniri to Lopunny. I thought Baniri evolved like via level up. Okay, I guess it's friendship. I never owned a Baniri, so I don't know. Golbat to Crobat, Espeon, well, Eevee to Espeon Day, or Umbreon at night, Rhyhorn to Lucario Day, and Eevee to Sylveon. Did they change it? That used to be a Pokemon Me thing. Requires a fairy type move. It also says Munchlax to start. This fucking AI, damn it, stupid AI overview. I scrolled down and then there's more results. Because it didn't state it earlier. Let's see, Snom to Frostmoth, level up with high friendship during the night. I didn't know that. I didn't know that. And of course there's more listed. That's so funny. They have a picture. Okay, so they have Golbat in the name, but the picture's a Woobat. How did they fuck up this bad? This is the AI overview. Are you shitting me? Okay, let me actually look at the Bulbapedia or something. Imagine getting two of the bad Pokemon mixed up. There's a Professor Elm. That's interesting. What? He has the pussy there too. That's so weird. Okay, let's start with the Bulbapedia side then. There's Zubat to Golbat at level 22, then Friendship to Crobat. There's Pichu leveling up to Pikachu, then Thunderstone, and whatever ribbon that is. Alola. Cleffa to Clefairy, almost just ran off. Sent to the list. Oh, okay. I don't know why Discord just doesn't notify me anymore. Hold on. Did I count it? I don't know if I counted it. 614 if I didn't. I don't think I did. Oh, there you go. Golbat, Chansey, Eevee, I assume it's Espeon and Umbreon, Pichu, Cleffa, Igglybuff, Togepi, Azurill, Badoo, Maniri, Chingling, Munchlax, Riolu, Woobat, Swadloon. Okay. Wait, Swadloon levels up by friendship? I thought it was like Leaf Stone or something. If you have it up on PC, it gets confused. I do, but I'm not even signed in on my Discord on PC because they like logged me out. You know, like a week or so ago when I was trying to get into the Xenoverse Discord. It like the PC didn't know what to do, so it logged me out. So I just have my phone at the moment. Because at the moment, I don't remember the login and password. And like, because I tried typing it in and it didn't let me in. So I was like, fuck it, I'll just stay on my phone for a bit. I'll worry about all that shit later. And I hadn't gotten around to it. No, but it used to notify me on my phone when I got messages. That's why your last message, when you put like the whole Russia map thing, I didn't see it till like after I streamed. I was like, oh shit, I didn't even realize you sent me that. Yeah, sometimes Discord acts a bit funny every now and then. 616. KFC's trying to sponsor, or not sponsor, like put an ad on Snapchat of all things when I was checking it. $6.19. We got the Rey Mysterio numbers. 620. I mean, if I were to do the 4001, I think I would have to lean towards either Zubat or Oddish to do that test, or both. It would be shorter time than to do it on Eevee, that's for damn sure. To get to 500 with Eevee, it took me like, what, like 8 days or some shit? 10 days? 621. Took me quite a bit. 25 whole days just to get me to 1500. So whatever the math is there. One last body slam to Pokemon Center. 622. Oh fuck, I forgot to go to Pokemon Center. Shit. Okay. I think the way the music track works, because like I had barely gotten my hoverboard and interrupted it with the hoverboard song, that the game, like for the background song from the song that's playing, it kept going, because like as soon as I go inside it just picked up where it left off, like if it never actually paused. So that's interesting. I don't know if that makes sense, but for that like 1 millisecond it cut off, like, I don't know, 623. It wasn't like a cut off, paused, and then resumed the song, it just kept going. And I have noticed it too with like the tracks when, like, you know, flying to the same town practically, when I try to get another egg and then I flew down to the other spot, the song just kept going. Six, Lilo and Stitch. been trying to rewatch Invincible because I hadn't seen season 3 yet, and the only reason I didn't just pick up where I left off is because I'm like trying to remember everything that happened. Because I remember season 1 pretty well. Season 1 pretty well, I should say. Season 2 I'm a bit flaky on, which is why I decided just to rewatch the whole thing, and I've just been watching one episode at a time. And like, I'm also slowly trying to, like, you know, watch a Let's Play on like Twisted Metal. You know, since I finished watching that series, I just wanted to know, you know, a little bit about the game and stuff. There's a whole whopping 10 games on it, but they're not that like gigantic or anything. Just, you know, they're just, you know, battle royale card games. Basically with multiple characters and different endings, but it's basically the same game. It's almost exactly like Captain Falcon, like for F-Zero GX. It's the only difference is just like whatever character you choose, the ending will just show like a different outro, I guess. It almost feels like the Tekken stuff too. Like when you pick a Tekken character, like, you know, you'll see their endings or whatnot. That's pretty much what it feels like, but the game overall isn't all that lengthy. But I'm basically ready to watch Twisted Metal for the game, even though they kind of took it out of the canon, because 3 and 4, I don't know, there's something about the companies that failed within or whatever. But yeah, I've been slowly watching all that, and as well as Invincible. That's kind of what I've been doing in my off time when I'm watching stuff. But I enjoy rewatching Invincible. There's some details I didn't notice before. Okay. 628. Actually, I hadn't checked my TCG pocket lately. I don't think I finished any of my missions at all. Trade. Oh, Fo, you want to trade? My bad. I kept you waiting. Galiciopod. Okay. From the cards you need, I could give you the Blastoise that you want. There you go. My bad, it took a while. I hadn't been on TCG Pocket today at all. Fucking day 5. This might be my last Mega Horn. 629. Invincible was alright. I was quite annoyed with Invincible's girlfriend, and then even more annoyed that she wasn't really a character. And they basically wrote her Yeah, I think it's supposed to be like if I don't know if I counted the. I think I did already. Shit. Fuck it, I'll put another one if I did. I don't. I think I did count it. Shit, I'm not sure. I hate that. No, but I think it's supposed to be like how Peter Parker had his temporary girlfriends type of thing, like, you know. Because I always thought that Invincible and Adam Eve would end up together, which I don't know if they do or not on season 3, but that's what I always hope for, is that them two would end up together. But yeah, I don't know. I wasn't really a fan of the girlfriend of the first season either, because I don't know. It didn't, like, you know, once they were dating, of course, it seemed more to it, but like in the beginning and how I led up to it didn't feel too natural to me. It just felt like, oh, she just took an interest in him because he just stood out, I guess. I don't know. I'm not really sure. But like everything after that felt a little bit more natural, I guess. In the comics, him and Eve were pretty much always a thing. Yeah. The other girl was a side character at best. Yeah. Did I did count it, okay. Yeah, they made some changes compared to like the comics and the TV show, because like when I've been watching it on Amazon, like the X-ray mode, every now and then I would read it or whatnot, and they made some selected choices. Like the best friend of Invincible, like he ends up going out with Eve, as far as I'm aware, at first at least. And I don't think he like started off as gay or anything like that. And there's some characters that has some differences. There's like some new superheroes they added just for the TV show. They had some gender swaps. I don't know. They made their own decisions and stuff. And you know, some minor changes too. Like the Martians, I guess, has like different outfits, like to their warrior clothing and armor and shit like that. Stuff like that. But yeah, from what I remember on season 2, it felt like, because I remember around the time when season 2 came out, the new season of Loki was also out pretty recently, and I forget if it was in the summertime or whatever time it was, but I remember watching that new season of Loki when it basically ended, and watching season 2 felt like Loki a little bit. It felt like they were trying to 632. Not trying to, but like a lot of it's very synonymous with like Kang the Conqueror and everything. That's what it felt like to me because of the main guy. Not the main guy, but you know what I mean, like the villain or whatever. I mean, I liked it for the most part. It kind of came out of nowhere to me because like they kind of just started the series like if I knew what the fuck they were talking about. It took me a while to realize that like, oh, this is another thing that might happen and it's getting brought up or whatever. And I don't know about season 3 yet, like I said, but from my understanding, the fucking lion that beats the shit out of everybody, like in one of the episodes, it's apparently important, and like he's another character that they end up fighting more. I don't know if it happens in season 3, but that's from what I gathered, that lion could is on par with Omni-Man. I don't know how true that is, but yeah. And eventually, I think in the middle of September, the Gen V's gonna come out. I'm gonna watch that, and I don't know if I'm gonna rewatch it because I pretty much got the gist of all the seasons that I watched. Well, it's the first season to the second one, but I got the gist for the most part, so I don't think I need to rewatch it. But I don't know, I'm considering waiting till all the episodes are out, then watch it, or whatever. And I was pretty convinced that Gen V was gonna come out along with the people and the boys, or whatever, in the show. And they just never showed up, so I was like, what the fuck? I thought they were gonna lead to somewhere, but maybe they're taking a little bit more time than doing it, because they try to tie in some stories, but not all of it. Because I was fully expecting to see Gen V characters in the boys, and it never happened. And I'm like, what the fuck? They only did some references, and that's as far as it goes. And I'm like, bruh. Because I would have liked to see the lady that could control blood in the show. You know, maybe see her as an answer. It's like, okay, maybe she could beat Homelander or something, or do something about it, because she is a pretty strong character to control blood and shit like that. Okay, login day number 5. I got 6 hourglasses. There's a possibility that I miscounted twice so far in this stream, but we'll take a look back once I get the chance. And then we're almost finished. Yeah, this is a bonus week. Login day 7. 2 more days and I get 12 more. Oh, I just ran from this thing. What the fuck? I like looked at him like, wait. Okay. 636. It's the Soul Man number. This person's wish list, he only has a Alolan Muk, and that's literally it. I don't know, in the wish list, well, it's just showing I have one of those. I don't recall, I don't fucking know. That's all I see on his wish list is this one dude that just has a Alolan Muk on it. And it shows that has one. I don't know if that's just how many I have, or I'm kind of confused. Okay. But yeah, if it's Woobat to Swoobat, then I feel like that's easier to design a Pokemon after that, because Swoobat, like, you know, it's like a Valentine vampire bat. Like a different type of bat, the ones that, like, you know, are fluffy but then they have like a bear head or whatever. But that should be easy to make because it has like a heart design on it and stuff. Like, I feel like if it's the opposite of that, it would have a broken heart or some kind. So yeah, I don't know, I feel like that's fairly easy to brainstorm and make. 638. I feel like the Riolu evolution has so many options to branch apart to, you know, make that a thing. For sure, at least. Did you already check all the areas that that you were backtracking for like the? You said it was the double jump, right? That you had the ability to double jump and then you were backtracking. Oh man, that's too bad. If it wasn't for my accuracy. 639. Wall jump. Oh, okay. Well, did you backtrack and everything fully? But for the most part, discovered a new boss. I'll give it a few shots and then stop for the night. Okie dokie. It throws me off with Phantom because he floats a little bit higher. So he looks like he's off-centered on the screen. And it's weird to see that he has a shadow and everything. But yeah, I finished the trade off for you. Like I traded you a Blastoise. At least I think I did. I'm pretty sure that's what I ended up choosing. I purposely slept early last night and I still didn't sleep well. That shit was fucking annoying. Felt like I was overthinking a lot instead of actually sleeping. And I would still end up tired, but it's all good. 6:42. Beat it on my second try. I heard that this one I am on is one of the hardest. Oh shit. So it's like one of the secret bosses, I suppose. shit, I see. So the wall jumping is required to when you backtrack and then you found the boss and he's part of the story? Or is this not related to backtracking? 645. But it fakes you out by making you think you beat it, and it goes into phase 2. Oh, I see. Six. It sort of had to do with backtracking. It was definitely a part of the main route, but pretty hidden. I found 2 alternate routes, but I did not pursue yet because of quests in other areas. Oh. It's like a whole different level of, see, I'm doing my own monster hunter right here, just killing little bats. My internet had a stroke. Oh shit. Well, damn. Yeah, for anybody joining the stream, if you guys are interested in one of the 3 shiny Hysterics up for grabs, or the shiny Nosepass, all you have to all you have to do is say hi in the chat and let me know that you got Pokemon Xenoverse and interested in the trade, and then by the end of the stream, we'll be able to trade that for you. Or if you guys want to claim yourself an Eevee, because we got over 130 of them, that is like, you know, on command, you know, like if you want them right now, you could just get them, whatever Eevee that's in there, aside from any shiny Eevees that it might get. I think the people already left, so, let's see here, 652. Okay, another egg. Could this be it? This shiny Ditto does not possess any shiny genes, apparently. Damn, I almost did it again. I grabbed the mouse thinking I was gonna click for another. 32? That's 31, 32? Am I at 131, 132? I already forgot. I'll put 132. I'm gonna head out. My internet's struggling. Alright, well, I'll see you around, man. Thanks for joining. Alright, let's go fly over and get our egg and everything. Okay, I think we are at 132. Okay, cool. That works out. Let's check it out. Defense down, speed is up, adaptability, ability. Hasty nature, highly curious, okay. And get ourselves another egg. I wish you could like take a look at the eggs and then like there'll literally be a shiny egg. That'd be cool. Because if that was the case, I mean, it would take away from the... I mean, there's still a surprise element, but it's not a bigger surprise than when it actually hatches, you know? But, you know, it is what it is. Okay. Let's go ahead and go through the grass yet again. And I might as well try to open some packs and stuff right now. We got about 45 minutes or so until we end the stream. Because I would end it at straight up 4 hours, but we did like 26 minutes of you know, getting ready soon screen while I was like eating and doing all that sorts of stuff. So yeah. Anyway, 6:53. So we'll open 2 packs right now. Not like popping the screen up or anything, because my shit will lag if I do that. I don't remember which pack I'm at, but let's see here. I think I'm on Dialga and Palkia actually. So yeah, it's Dialga and Palkia to open. Alright, so let's give it a shot. Start with Dialga first. Hopefully we get something good. Doesn't seem like I have any packs. Yeah, no packs turned over. Alright, might as well just look at the packs one at a time then. Not the second pack. Oops. Not the third pack. This one's a bit curved. So we might have one potential option so far. Okay, body slam. 654. So there's a good chance that it might not be till like Monday we'll read about Jesse and James. So yeah. But soon I'll talk about the short that I saw, because like I said, it was the weirdest short that I've probably seen, to be honest with you. And yeah, I might have to look up the exact title name because I don't truly recall what it's called, but yeah. This one has a little bit of a curve to it. Okay, so I guess I'll keep that one. Still looking through the packs. That one's fine. It's fine. Sorry, it's sometimes hard to do that with one hand. So there's only 2 packs that has something with them. And I think they're very similar because it's just barely anything. Even the other side looks slightly bent. And then for this pack, let's see if it's worth it. It's like that side. Yeah, I'm gonna open the first pack that was all bent, because that one's a little bit more noticeable. So I'll get this one. So let's grab it. And just so you guys could hear it clearly. Okay. Doesn't seem to, yeah, there's no holographics or anything, but we got Yanma, Electrode, Duskull, Voltorb, and Gyarados. We didn't get shit, but we're almost leveled up. So yeah, let's go with the Body Slam. And now let's open Palkia while also boosting up our numbers, 655. Okay, so Palkia is next. Let's go ahead and open it. I think Foe has completed the trade. Okay, so I'm just gonna turn this pack over because this is the one that I see already up there. We got no holographics on that one either, but we got Frost Rotom, we got Turtwig, we got Wormadam, we got Monferno, and Macargo. Oh, we didn't get shit. And we're not even leveled up, but we're so close to it. Okay, well that's fine. Let's see here. So yeah, he did do the trade. I might as well raise the volume for that. Fuck it. Let's finish off the trade with Foe for the Blastoise traded for... I forgot what card he's giving me. It is the Glaciopod, that's what it is. Alright. 656. And there we go. We got ourselves a card that we didn't have before. I did count it, right? The count? Shit. Yeah, no, we did. Okay. I literally just said 656. Alright, nice. We got Glaciopod, and now we can add something else to the pile. Thank you, Foe, as always. Alright, so now let's take you off the wish list. Let's add something else to the wish list now. Wait, I think I went too far. Shit, it's, I'm at Eevee Grove. I think I need to be here. Wait, where the fuck? I think it's here, yeah, here. So we got Delnai's EX on the wish list. We got Tapu Bulu. I think that was the last card I put on there. Then the next card would be a Alolan Marowak, but the common one with 2 diamonds. Okay. Alright. Team Skull's Nasty Plot, is that what that said? Okay, well, we collected this. Alright, collected this. Alright, there we go. We got our 4 bonus Wonder Glasses and all that stuff. And for our theme collection, Team Skull's Nasty Plot. Okay, I did read that right. Why is it just 1? But it's the Guzma, the Alolan Raticate, and Glaciopod. I didn't know Alolan Raticate associated with Guzma, but I guess so. I guess it makes sense. Alright, cool. And we'll accept the thanks from Foe right here. Okie dokie. Alright, so for this thing, for this Pikachu short that I wanted to talk about, because it's a bit of an interesting one, to say the least. The one that I watched, that is. Let me type in just to get the exact name. But for what I remember, it's called Pikachu's Strange New World or some shit like that. Let me look up the exact title, because I don't think I'm doing it justice by just guessing the name. The literal translation on Japanese is a lot weirder than it is in the English dub. Well, there's no English dub. It's in Japanese still and stuff like that. And this one is like surprisingly like a different thing where it's been sponsored, and they showed it on TV with the special, because there was plenty of sponsorships within the episode itself. Like even towards the end, they were featuring DVDs of black and white, when this is a 4th gen like Pikachu short. But this one is called, in a normal name, Pikachu's Strange Wonder Adventure. That's what it's called, not the other way around. I was a bit confused on that. But the literal translation, it doesn't say. Where the hell is it? It says something all weird. I swear it said like Pokemon Mystery Strange something. I don't recall, but we ran out of moves, so we gotta go switch over and stuff. Okay, let's go pound. 657. But yeah, it's a 4th gen one, and it's interesting because like the whole time, like Piplup is really the one featured, along with Ash's and Dawn's team and Brock's and all that, where it's kind of like the last stretch of it, because there's Torterra, and then I think there's Infernape and Pachirisu and stuff like that. But basically the episode starts off that they're playing in a playground, and in this playground it looks, damn it, I forgot to go to the Pokemon Center again. In this playground it looks just like the one from Pichu and Pikachu, basically. So we got another one, 658. Let's go to the Pokemon Center before I forget, and I need to point it out. But yeah, H&M service. But yeah, they were playing in a playground that looks just like it. Like I had like the bunch of tires and all that stuff. It looks just like that same area, believe it or not. So I don't know if it was like truly an original idea or whatever. But you know, while they were playing, Pikachu and Piplup kind of trips up and lands on these tires. Why am I... What the hell's happening? I keep doing the wrong thing. Come on. Fly away. Fly away. In a place far away. Yeah, so let me continue where I was saying. So they were playing around. At some point they trip up and they crash onto these tires or whatever. And you know, Pikachu and Piplup was in this big ass tire. Like Pikachu was on top of the tire, like rolling on it, like balancing on, similar to what I was explaining with the whole ball thing in the last short I was talking about. And Piplup was within the tire, like rolling around like a hamster. You know, they were having their fun. All the other Pokemon are still going in their playground thing. And Pikachu and Piplup were like in their own little corner and stuff. Meanwhile, this happens. A random unknown, a letter F unknown, falls from the sky. Which isn't the first time, because there's been a few anime episodes, or maybe just one. I remember watching one specifically where that's not the first time it happened, where, you know, in their own little dimension, as we got 660, like an unknown just goes off balance, falls off the dimension, and then goes to the mortal plane, I guess, in the Pokemon world. and the unknown falls off the letter F1. You know, he's basically like, fuck! And then he just falls to the ground or whatever. Pikachu, Piplup are worried. They notice him and they ask, oh, what's going on? The letter F. Unknown wakes up. He's like, wait, where are they? Where am I? What is this place? And keep in mind, this is in Japanese and it has subtitles that some of these subtitles are not accurate for shit. And it's the same thing where it's like fully grown Japanese men voicing over all these Pokemon. And something I forgot to mention before too is that Pachirisu has the catchphrase of like Pachirisu #1, and I had no idea it said that before. I might have mentioned this already, I don't recall, but I didn't mention it the other times when they were also subtitled when Pachirisu was around. Like whenever he appeared, he would always say that, Pachirisu #1. And I just thought to myself, man, that whole time that Pachirisu was saying his name, he was just saying that Pachirisu's #1. I don't know, I didn't really ever thought about it, but that's just what it is, I suppose. Anyway, Unknown was saying that he wants to return to the sparkly place, you know, to return to his friends and stuff. And then Pikachu and Piplup were a bit confused. They're like, oh, is that where your friends are at, or what? So, a random Skitty shows up who may be local to the area. I don't think it's any of Ashton or Brock's Pokemon. I mean, maybe potentially it's like when May was also visiting like all of them or something. I might as well stand up because I feel like standing. I don't know who this Skitty belongs to, or if it was just local in the area that like always plays in the playground and stuff. But yeah, like I said, it could be potentially Maze, who knows. I don't know if they were traveling together or whatnot, but I doubt it's Maze Skitty. Because it looks like Skitty know exactly where Unknown comes from and knows where it is or where it's at. And this is where shit just starts not making sense. And I think it's better saved that I save that opinion towards the end, because it just starts getting more confusing from here, so I might as well just save my thoughts till later. Because yeah, for sure it just becomes very, very confusing from here on out. But Skitty's like, oh, I know how to get to that area, and then Pikachu and Piplup was like, oh, you do? Where is it? Or whatever. And Skitty's like, I forgot, or whatever. It's like, I think it's over here, or whatever. So, just one little clue of what I would have said, and little part of what my opinion is. It's like, you know, by right now, I wouldn't trust Skitty for shit. Just the fact that she forgot where a whole ass dimension is at is already, you know, evident enough that she doesn't know what she's talking about, and maybe don't follow her advice. But Skitty walks off to the street, and not like, you know, because Unknown fell from the sky or whatnot. So Pikachu, Piplup, and Skitty, along with Unknown, the letter F, is walking, and all the other Pokemon are still playing within their playground and stuff. While this is happening, Meowth, Wobbuffet, and Mime Jr. hears what they're talking about, because of course they do. And you know, Meowth is intrigued because they say sparkly place. They say the word sparkly place, and so Meowth just assumes that there's treasure to be stolen upon. I don't know what the fuck is the point and why he jumps to conclusions of sparkly place. Like, I don't know. That's just what he heard, and that's all the motivation he needs, that he wants to kidnap Unknown F to take him to the sparkly place, I guess. The only other Pokemon to follow is Krogunk and Meryl discreetly. And yeah, that's basically what happens, I guess. So, I don't know if Krogunk follows them just to make sure that they're okay, but Meryl just kind of stalks me off for these past 4 to 5 shorts. So that's kind of what's been happening. So yeah, Skitty kind of takes them over to the city, kind of leads them to the sewers, which is the opposite of the sky. and they walk around this corner, and then there's this wall with shapes on it. Now these shapes is like, you know, there's a circle on the bottom left, and then to the right of it, or maybe it was a square or a triangle, I don't know. It's some shapes. There's just shapes that's just stuck out. Skitty says is a puzzle. So Skitty pushes the first one in, and then it lines up, and then the next thing you know, the next shape pops out. I'm pretty sure this one was the circle. It pops out, it bonks Piplup in the head. You know, oopsie, it's funny because Piplup got hit in the face, I guess. And then like it traces another thing, goes to the top, you know, pops up another shape. And it's not really so much of a puzzle because these are just switches. Like, it takes no brain power to be like, oh, press this in, oh, the other one pops out. Maybe I should press this one in, oh, the other one pops out. Maybe push this one in. So yeah, Meowth and Mime Jr. Wobbuffet sees this, you know. They try to kidnap Unknown. Meowth jumps and he hits his head on the top one because it's kind of, you know, a long distance from the other Pokemon to reach it, I guess, and press the button, even though they could just jump for it and hit it. Just nothing new that Pikachu hasn't done before, you know. But they hit it, and then the line thing creates a triangle opening the wall, which for some reason leads to other dimensions. I don't understand why. But yeah, they open a dimension through the sewers and not the sky, and they walk through it, and they kind of all got vacuum in. That's Pikachu, Piplup, Skitty, Unknown F, Meowth, Wobbuffet, Mime Jr., Krogunk, and Meryl. That all got swept in there. Now, in this first part of the dimension, you know, that'll be your first hint, and I think I'm almost using up all the Mega Horns. 665. But yeah, it's interesting nonetheless. Like this world right here, it looks just like a Fall Guys level. And it also reminds me of an area in Pokemon Conquest that, you know, you go here and then there's just floating platforms that are squares and it's like silver colors and stuff like that. Automatically Piplup's already just rushing. He doesn't even give a shit that there's just like an endless void on the bottom or whatever. But Pikachu and Skitty's also there and they're wandering towards, along with Unknown F. They're going across this dimension of metal cubes of the Conquest. And I don't remember if Piplup lost his balance or if he got tipped over by something else, but Piplup basically just kind of falls over and he falls all the way down. And then they realize in this dimension, you don't really fall and die, but it kind of respawns you. If you fall from the bottom, you end up going to the top again upon your spawning point, and then you fall down and you hit the floor and you just start over. So you don't really die here. And keep in mind, only Pikachu, Skitty, and Piplup knows this at this point, and Unknown F. As we got Satan's number. No, I beseech you, Satan. We need to get rid of the slumber right quick. Let's get another Zubat, please. Another Zubat, please. We need to hurry up as we got the 4-hour mark, which we're gonna be cutting away like 26 minutes worth of it or something. I don't remember how much time I have to cut off. But we're fast approaching towards the end of the stream. But we gotta get rid of this number, man. Please. So I don't remember where Krogunk lies. I don't know if he's slowly approaching or whatnot, because I don't think I remember seeing Krogunk in the way or whatnot. But eventually Meowth, Wobbuffet and Mime Jr. kind of questions the fact. and don't know where the fuck they are or whatever. So they're quickly going through the Conquest dimension, I guess that's just what I'm gonna call it, the Conquest Fall Guys dimension. And then, lo and behold, that Meryl cuts them off. And yeah, it's the same Meryl that sings all the time and puts them to sleep all the fucking time. And I don't know where this Meryl shit comes from, but, you know, yet again, Meryl just shows up as the same number is done. Alright, cool. But yeah, it's such a weird, interesting thing because it's just, I don't know. Anyway, Meryl, yeah, of course, he does the same thing. He sings to them. They fall asleep. They're like, oh shit, I don't want to sleep here because we could fall off. Da 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 da. They fall asleep. Meryl puffs up because he's angry that they fell asleep on this song. And Meryl hits them with the cork on its tail. And keep in mind, only Pikachu, Skitty, Piplup, and Unknown F knows this information. You know, about falling off and then respawning and shit like that. But Meryl hits all three of them off the platform, falling to their death for all Meryl knows, because Meryl didn't see this happen with this respawning point. But yeah, Meryl tried to kill them, and it feels weird. So that's another confusing thing, number 3. Unless Meryl did see it, but I don't think so. It was just all of them. And I guess, to be fair, Meryl was ahead, so I guess you could kind of guess that Meryl knows. But that's still a bit bullshit. So anyway, Meryl Wobbuffet, or Meryl Wobbuffet, Meowth, Wobbuffet, and Mime Jr., you know, falls all the way down while they're sleeping, and they respawn to the top, and to the same spot, and hit the floor. And Meryl just moves on. Anyway, at some point, it turned into, like, it almost looks like a dirt road or something. I don't know. They were kind of running in these ruins place. It's either dirt road or it's bricked. I don't remember. But they're all running ahead. Pikachu, Skitty, and all of them. Piplup, Unknown F, and Meowth and Wobbuffet, Mime Jr., like chasing, following them right behind them. They're like, oh, come on, give up that Unknown F or whatever. Meowth and Piplup kind of looks at each other and just go like, no, let's just keep running, let's just ignore his ass. So they run faster, and Meowth's like, alright, come on, no, you can't leave me behind or whatever. And then at some point, the dimension kind of swoops over and gets all of them, and I guess also Krogunk and Meryl at this point. They all get swooped over. This whole dimensional little... it looks like an hourglass shape, but it's almost like a gooey vortex of some kind. Kind of makes them look 2D. Hold on, I might have to mute myself because this fucker just showed up. Yeah, hold on, I'll be right back. Okay, I think he went away. That was pretty quick. Like, the moment I turned off, he also turned off, but then he turned it back on pretty soon after. But I don't hear it anymore, and I don't really understand why. Anyway, so then they make it to, like, this canyon area in this dimension. Pikachu, Piplup, Skitty, and Unknown are walking there. And they turn around, and then Meowth shows up. Except it's like a giant Meowth that his foot just slams the floor. Meowth and Wobbuffet and Mime Jr. are all wondering to themselves, wait, hold up, why are they small? It's like, oh wait, they're not small, we're just big or whatever. And so then they all start chasing Pikachu, and Pikachu practically shits himself running away or whatnot from these Pokemon. Meowth is trying his best to chase him still. Mime Jr. even, like, you know, practically tries to sit on them, and he, like, throws himself to do, like, a fucking ground pound. And then at some point the same vortex thing happens where like the dimension slips over again. The same 2D wavy look that they have, they switch over, and Meowth and them goes back to normal and stuff. And I think this time every other Pokemon are giant. I mean, I don't think I saw Krogan giant yet, but pretty much every other Pokemon's giant. Pikachu, Piplup, Skitty, Unknown, etc. And Meowth just so happens to be on Pikachu. Pikachu starts fucking with them and starts like bobbing his head up and down trying to throw them off, but like smiling about it. Meowth then orders Mime Jr. to use Teeter Dance to like make them stop, but then they realized with the Teeter Dance that made it go worse. So like when they did do Teeter Dance, it kind of makes them swing more violently because of the dance. You know, eventually it does shake them off. Meowth kind of runs off, and he looks over the distance. And he sees Meryl again. I don't remember if he looked at his tail or something at first, but Meryl turns around, he's all happy to see them for some reason, and then he starts like, it was a weird voice effect, by the way. It didn't really sounded like a giant, like they like doubled voiced them. It was weird. But then Meryl starts singing and shit like that, because of course he's gonna, and puts them to sleep. This time he gets giant mad and he looks at them. He turns around and he's pissed off, and he uses giant cork to hit them one time, which flattens them, and you get to see this cartoony effect where they're like flat and wavy and they kind of sway like paper. So I'm not sure what that's about, but that happened. Eventually the little vortex thing happens again, the dimension swoops away, and then they basically all turn back to normal, and then they enter this whole PlayStation All-Stars world where like there's a bunch of purple cubes everywhere. 671. I might be talking ahead because like I guess like they first teleported in this grassy land and then they went to the purple cube world. But in this grassy land, when they transported, they were approached by Azelf, Mesprit, and Uxie, which all they really did was say hi, and then they just pointed them in the direction to the PlayStation All-Stars Purple Cube world. So then that's when, you know, I should point out and stuff. I don't know why Uxie, Mesprit, and Azelf couldn't just carry them and fly to them, and then just, you know, problem solve then and there. But, you know, ever since I saw the fact that Azelf, Mesprit, and Uxie are there, makes me think, oh shit, Skitty was actually telling the truth. She knows exactly where Unknown is from, which I still don't understand how, or that, like, I don't know why. I just so many questions. But yeah, they just said hi. They ended up walking over to the PlayStation All-Star Dimension, I guess. They all start climbing up. And Meowth is also kind of fastly approaching too, I suppose. And at some point they just like kind of fall off. This is the part where my memory is a little bit hazy, but I'm pretty sure that's for the most part what happened. They fell off, I'm not sure why, but they did. And upon falling, who else but fucking Deoxys catches them? Which didn't make any sense because Deoxys is a fucking alien, so I guess he's in a different dimension pertaining to psychic legendary Pokemon. And yeah, Deoxys catches them, because why not? And yeah, he flies Pikachu, Piplup, Skitty, and Unknown over to exactly the spot they're looking for, where there's all these unknowns. And you know how we saw Pokemon 3 with like a bunch of unknowns swirling next to each other and stuff like that? Well, you know, look at that and realize that there was like 12 other ones doing the same shit. All these unknowns swirling next to each other multiple times. That's like their whole dimension, and they're making shapes and shit like that. So I found that a bit interesting. And I did think to myself, because in the beginning of this short they showed like a big ass preview on what's to come and stuff like that, and Deoxys is in the thumbnail if you were to look at Pikachu shorts within this whole story thing. But I found it very interesting. I'm all like, what is the connection with the known, with not only Suicune, not only Entei, but now Deoxys, Azelf, Mesprit, and Uxie. I knew that they had a connection with Arceus, but like now there's these other Pokemon involved too, so I just find that interesting. But yeah, they made it to there, 674, and I don't know, I just found it interesting. So, you know, Pikachu point out, it's like, oh, we found your friends and stuff, that's good, or whatever, and I was like, oh, thank you very much, and stuff. And like, might I add, when they went to find the unknowns, it's like a very silvery background, but like the floor looks sparkly, and then Meowth realizes that this is the sparkly place they're looking for, and where's the treasure, because Meowth is a dumbass, I guess. But then at some point they reached this place that had like a purple floor to it. Like it kind of looked like the PlayStation All-Stars world, but not really. It had like a different texture to the floor. Because they could see their own dimension where Mamoswine and Torterra and the other Pokemon are playing. Like Pachyrisu's chasing a Happiny and shit like that. Sudowoodo's on the seesaw. You know, shit like that. They see them and they're like, oh, we gotta go back to their dimension. Like our own boring ass dimension. They're like, oh, okay, well, just be careful, you know, and thank you for everything. And so Pikachu and pretty much all the Pokemon that came from that dimension hopped over into the whirlpool of reality, I guess. I don't know what to call it. Pikachu, Piplup, Skitty, Meowth, Wobbuffet, Mime Jr., followed by Croagunk, and then followed by Marill, jumped into their own reality. And yeah, they just went back in like nothing happened. And Pikachu says hi to all their Pokemon and stuff, along with Piplup and Skitty. And yeah, that's just how it proceeded. And so for some reason fireworks shot out, because like they always throw in fireworks in these shorts just for no reason. And the same thing happened where Meowth, Wobbuffet, and Mime Jr. just watches the fireworks at a different spot in like the rooftop. And Marill, yet again, is behind Meowth, Wobbuffet, and Mime Jr. watching the fireworks too, stalking Meowth's life, because I think Marill just secretly loves Meowth or some shit. I'm not really sure. But yeah, that's kind of what happened. And that's for the most part. That's pretty much the end of the stream. Or the stream, the short. And yeah, you could probably tell with all these questions, it's like, why did the sewers lead to the dimension when Unknown came from the sky? Like, I know the dimension you could literally come from any direction and anywhere. Like, I get that, and I hear the leaf blower people yet again. But they're somewhat far. But yeah, I don't understand it. I don't. It's like you went from the sewer. Why does the sewer have a secret wall that leads to a dimension? Who put that wall together with the so-called puzzle that wasn't a puzzle? How was that puzzle made in the first place to then cross-transition to a different dimension? What are all these other dimensions and who's in charge of all this shit? Like, I don't get it at all. And how many other Pokemon knows about this? These are the questions I have. But yeah, I might have to mute myself in a little bit. I'm not really sure. There's multiple more questions of this, and I thought Skitty was flat out lying about all this, but it turns out she was telling the truth and just being a little forgetful, which I guess I can't blame her. Why would you remember a dimension being in your sewer anyway? But yeah, I thought Deoxys lives in space. As of Mesprit and Uxie, I'm not really thinking too hard about it, because, you know, they do associate with Arceus, but like they usually hang out by the lakes. I don't know what other psychic Pokemon live by, but yeah. But that's for the most part. Sorry if you hear the leaf blower in the background. I might have to mute myself right now. I'll be right back. Okay, I think they're kind of far enough where you would hear them less, but yeah, they were outside my window and shit like that. Makes it very annoying. But I looked up the name, like I looked into the video where I saw the Pikachu short from. The title is called Pikachu Really Mysterious Adventure. That's just about it. Really mysterious adventure, as opposed to strange, wondrous, whatever I said earlier. I don't recall. Hold on, I need to look at it again. Strange Wonder Adventure, which is a better name, clearly. Just saying really on your title is always kind of weird. But yeah, 680. Now, for the other Pikachu shorts, the ones that I made in my headcanon, I guess, shit like that, you know, since I couldn't really sleep, and like while I was like, you know, where I was sleeping and everything, like I was overthinking a lot, and eventually I was thinking about the Pikachu short as well, of what I can make. And I think I gotta shift some around, because, you know, Pokemon 12 had, like I threw in like the Solar Eclipse Pikachu short, which I think, like, I don't know, there are some considerations I had where I was trying to think, like, maybe for Pokemon 14 I should have like two Pikachu shorts that are pretty close to the same and stuff. And obviously I should probably make this be the Solar Eclipse event on, like, you know, Pokemon Black or something for Reshiram. And then for Pokemon White with Zekrom, I would have the Lunar Eclipse or something like that. And I'll get on with talking about the Lunar Eclipse one in a second. Instead, for Pokemon 12, I think I will do New Year's after all, just to make it make sense. And I was considering other things too, like what I could do for the duality of it on Pokemon 14, because I was thinking maybe Lunar Eclipse along with, like, you know, like a new moon, or like, you know, when it's like total blackout or whatever, or maybe perhaps the blood moon, or maybe the other rainbow color effects of the moon of different colors or something. There was quite a bit to consider, but I ultimately settled with like maybe not do the new moon and maybe do the lunar eclipse and solar eclipse, just because those are like more so exactly the, you know, the opposites with one another. But yeah, for Pokemon 12 instead, I will be doing the New Year's event. So for this New Year's event, you know, it's Pikachu, Piplup, and all these mons and stuff. And this takes place around a little bit before 6 p.m., I would say. I thought about it a little bit. I didn't put too much thought into it, but enough where I could come up with some stuff here and there. So Ash, Dawn, and Brock basically leaves their Pokemon to spend their time while Ash prepares for New Year's time, I guess, or whatever. And they were saying to their Pokemon, okay, get ready because the ball will drop for New Year's around 12 o'clock, so, you know, we'll be back before then, so, you know, just be sure to behave. I'm not sure why, I don't know how much preparation it takes. You could just collect the paper hat with the year following what you're looking forward to, and then that's it. And then maybe like some streamers or some shit, you know? Like, it doesn't really take too much preparation, but, you know, we'll just, whatever excuse it is, so the Pokemon could be by themselves, pretty much. But yeah, so like when Pikachu was looking at the ball that's on top of the tower, you know, to get all these ready, pretty much, that, you know, Pikachu saw it and stuff, and then he sees a Pokemon suspiciously up by the tower, kind of going close to it. I haven't decided what Pokemon this could be because I keep revolving my head around Pichu. But I think Pichu had too much spotlight with these shorts, so I might have to consider a different Pokemon, you know, another mischievous Pokemon. So let's think of a 4th gen Pokemon that would be a good candidate to basically be the reason why the ball, you know, is missing, because I kind of want to have like this ball missing in the storyline, and then they have to retrieve the ball in the next 6 hours before midnight hits. It's kind of the Pikachu short I'm thinking for the New Year's one, because New Year's is such a short event. You just like look forward to it, you spend time, and really it's just like the 10-second countdown or the minute countdown, and then once New Year hits, everybody says New Year's, they do their New Year's thing, maybe you kiss your girlfriend or some shit, and then you just go home afterwards, or maybe you party, I don't know. But that's as far as it goes with New Year's. With Christmas and like Halloween, there's a lot more to it, you know, but for New Year's and such, that's as far as it goes. And you know, in the past, like I spent New Year's at like a church in my lifetime, and I'm not gonna lie, it's a bit boring to spend New Year's at church, because once the countdown hits, you just kind of go around and shake people's hands. You know, I could do that anyway, but it doesn't, I don't know, I could do that with literally anybody, anytime. So it wasn't as exciting. Like, you know, I think it would be cool if I, you know, were to go to New York someday just to see the countdown happen, and I'm sure it would be a different vibe, and everybody would be hyped for it. But New Year's is a very short-term hype holiday, I would say. But, you know, New Year would represent, you know, Arceus' rebirth and stuff like that, or Arceus' birth, or whatever the hell you want to include. So that's a good spot to do it. And I was considering doing it that movie anyway, but I settled on Solar Eclipse because at first, like around that time, they used promotion with the Solar Eclipse to say Arceus is coming, and that's how they promoted the movie. So I figured that like putting a Solar Eclipse short would be pretty cool. And yeah, I don't need to do it. I mean, like I said, I had to rotate it around and put in the 14th Pokemon movies, so yeah. yeah. Regardless, yeah, we have to think of a mischievous Pokemon. In the first 4 gens, one of those. Maybe a Pokemon that hasn't gotten enough spotlight, perhaps. Let's see, we got 686. So I really would like it to be a baby Pokemon that doesn't know any better, or you know, are innocent enough to do this, and then like ends up knocking it down. Maybe something related to pertain to New Year's. I mean, there's the New Year's baby and all that stuff. I was also considering this one thing, but I think it should just be saved for a surprise rather than anything else. And we already passed by the time, by the way, but hold on, I'll just finish this story and then we'll end it off. It's all good. I'm considering, there's other baby Pokemon. There's Badoo, but I don't think Badoo's brave enough to do it. Ryola could do it. Yeah, that would be pretty cool. Yeah, we can make it Riolu. He's a baby Pokemon, technically. So, Pikachu sees Riolu by the tower, for some reason climbing up or whatever. Pikachu and Piplup then rushes over, wondering why this Riolu's up there trying to reach the ball. So they eventually try to go up there as fast as they can. Meowth then notices Pikachu and Piplup rushing up, and he's wondering why, because he's a fucking hater, and I guess he's also along with Mime Jr. and Wobbuffet, sure, why not? And I don't know, Meowth is for some reason competitive, and he's trying to look in the direction of where Pikachu's looking at, and he sees Riolu going for the ball, and maybe Meowth is kind of skips to the conclusion that that ball is made out of gold because it's a gold ball, even though it's not literally made out of gold. So Meowth thinks that there's treasure in there, even though he's seen New Year's plenty of times because he's a very old cat without people noticing or whatever. So something along those lines, I'm not really sure. That's kind of where I'm getting at. So all these Pokemon are trying to rush over, wondering what the hell is happening. 690. So once they're at the same building, like once they're connected up there and Pikachu's still trying to rush over, Riolu's climbing very slow, might I add. It's a kind of a tall tower for the ball to be dropped. You know, Meowth is pretty close to Pikachu at this point until like Pikachu kind of springboards up and kind of launches Meowth a little bit backwards into this room where it just so happened that Meryl's inside. In this little apartment kitchen thing. I'm not really sure what, I'm not familiar with the buildings in New York, so I'll just say it's an apartment building. Meryl turns around, he's like, bleh, or whatever, because, I don't know, I found Meryl pretty cute, honestly, in the episodes. I've grown more and more to like him. It's just, they make Meryl sing too much to him. Like, 3 is enough, you know, to put him asleep. Like, if anything, 1 is enough. You could just make it Meryl sing once and then that's fine. But yeah, Meryl sings to Meowth, puts him to sleep along with Wobbuffet and Mime Jr. And then that's it. That's it for Meryl up until he sees the New Year's count. Then we'll see him again celebrating. But other than that, you know, even though it's a huge spoiler alert to say that he's gonna be celebrating New Year's on New Year's Day, I'll just point it out here and now. But Pikachu and Piplup are finally at the top. They reach there fast enough. Riolu is finger lengths away from touching the golden ball that is meant for New Year's to be dropped. It's almost 6 o'clock and stuff. Pikachu's like, what the hell are you doing? And then Riolu's all like, I'm challenging myself to get this golden ball because, like, you know, I'm a fighter and I wanted to challenge myself. And also this ball, you know, reminds me of, you know, my mom or dad or whatever, like the parents of Lucario, I guess, of Riolu. Lucario has an aura ball that kind of reminds it of this golden ball right here. And, you know, it wants to make his mom proud, I guess, and his dad proud that he's challenging himself doing this huge accomplishment, which is climbing this gigantic tower and doing it himself or whatever for a baby. That's kind of where I'm getting at with this. And then Pikachu explains it's a New Year's ball, I guess, like the narrator's talking while this is happening. And then Riolu seems like he understands, but then by accident, when he turns over, he gets the ball kind of to get knocked down and then roll off the building where it gets kind of lost. So it's another lost ball story, you know, this has been kind of shown before. So now the timer is set. They have to find it within 6 hours, which of course will be skipped. It's not going to be in the entirety of 6 hours. This short might have to be 20 minutes and not 10 minutes, just depending on how much, you know, grinding it is to find this ball or whatever. But, you know, they try to find this ball. They go search it for as much as they can. You know, they may get into trouble. This is the part of the story where I haven't really thought about all the way through, as you could probably tell. Because I would like it to be like 3 obstacles where they have to go through and then finally get it. 693. You know, go through all the trouble for all these 6 hours, like right before sunset happens, and then up until nighttime, and then moments before the ball has to be dropped, which is they have to get the ball there by the last minute mark. Which, I don't know, my first thought, like, I would like to involve Houndour again, but at the same time, I don't know if I should. That's the thing. So I'll consider it. I don't know. Maybe we add Houndour, maybe we add a different Pokemon. What other Pokemon should we add? I keep forgetting to go to the Pokemon Center. Other Pokemon to add, we could perhaps what are Pokemon that doesn't have enough screen time? That's probably a better question. 694. Let's put the Shinx, Luxio, and Luxray in the short. They're 4th gen mons, and I don't think I've seen them in the shorts. I think that's a great idea. We'll make Luxray basically the Houndour / Houndoom, being the wild cat in the place where, like, you know, you're in its territory and stuff like that, and it's trying to shoot Pikachu and Piplup and Riolu away. I think that would be pretty fitting. So yeah, the ball rolls over, and then Shinx in its pride, along with Luxray and Luxio, sees them crossing their territory. You know, they do a little chase scene where, you know, this is, you know, in theory, a good 2 to 3 hours of them being chased and losing track of the ball. They get a little sidetracked, you know, maybe Luxray has his own Houndour moment where he gets crushed by Snorlax or something. Maybe instead, I don't know if Luxray, I don't want to see him get hurt either. Luxray's too cool to be crushed like Houndour. I guess it can, I don't know. It could have like a similar moment to it. My thoughts is maybe thinking Slack King, but at the same time, I don't know if I should. Oh, here's a good idea. So, yeah, Pikachu would be running towards this place, and he crosses this factory that is kind of known to be this quote-unquote firework factory, and Luxray kind of walks into a room that's trapped, that is all these electrodes in the room that are meant to replicate an explosion to be these fireworks. So he gets pretty much nuked. It's okay, Luxray's okay, but that's how he's stunned and no longer chasing Pikachu and stuff. But Pikachu, Riolu, and Piplup, they eventually run through that factory, make it out the window. Lo and behold, explosion when Luxray walks in the room, like a good Fortnite trap. And then there you go, and that's the first segment. the second segment of this, or maybe we could just stop it there and like have Pikachu find the ball or whatnot if we want to make it a 10-minute short. But I was trying to think of like 2 and 3 obstacles. So what would be the second obstacle in the way? Maybe the ball ends up somewhere, the golden ball, in a certain place. I kind of want to represent all these other shorts too, I'm not really sure. So maybe the golden ball ends up in the canal where there's like, you know, certain boats and ferries and stuff like that. And you see the golden ball kind of floating on the water, you know, bobbing up and down. So it goes closer, and then Pikachu's trying to find a way along with Piplup and the others. Maybe Piplup dives into the water trying to go for it. Pikachu is trying to row on this fucking little surfboard canoe shit, you know, trying to row towards it. And Riolu is like just running on the side of the canal. Maybe I shouldn't have him do that because it kind of makes him kind of looks useless. It's like you're not exactly trying here out of every other Pokemon because everybody else is in the water and you're not. But maybe Riolu is trying to get ahead and like trying to find like a net and trying to toss it to the ball. But in this case, once all the net and Pikachu's close enough and also Piplup's close enough, that's when a fucking Gyarados comes out, shoots out of the water. I keep forgetting to go to the fucking Pokemon Center. And then he gets the ball, and now Pikachu has to do something to get that ball back while this golden ball is in Gyarados' mouth. You know, he's worried that like, okay, shit, what if he tries to break it? And then what, or whatever. So they try to be careful, so they try to attack. 695. Let's say that in this case, maybe it's Riolu that makes the first move. In this case, maybe he hits the Gyarados with his like little focus punch or something in his gut. Like he's close enough to the little canal that he punches him in the gut, and then Piplup kind of whirlpools him just to stun him a little bit, distracting it from Riolu, and then followed by Pikachu thunderbolting the Gyarados, knocking it out. And now they're in possession with the golden ball. Now the thing is trying to get it back to the tower is the story idea. Okay, so now we have to come up with the third one. So the third one would be the third obstacle on their way back, because now we got like going to and then finding it and then obtaining it, and now it's coming back to it towards the tower. The third storyline, well, it's been plenty of Pikachu shorts where a bunch of Murkrow are attracted to shiny things. Maybe in this case, like, there should be a Honchkrow involved. So like while they're coming back and this ball is like, you know, kind of oversized clearly because it's a New Year's ball and such, that they have a hard time holding it. So like every now and then a Murkrow would pop up and like try to peck at them or whatever. And then Pikachu would be like, alright, hold my beer right quick, or quite literally the ball. Letting Piplup and Riolu hold it for a second. Pikachu scares them off with the Thunder Shock. Maybe the Murkrow flies back, tells the boss, hey, yo, like, did I go to the Pokemon Center? I don't know if I did or not. I did not. Fucking A, dude. That's like the 4th time I forgot in a row. They tell Honchkrow, hey, yo, boss, like, this fucker keeps messing us up. Maybe you want to teach him a lesson and get this shiny golden ball thing. It's really cool. Honchkrow looks over as we get another one right here. Hold on. 696. And then Honchkrow swoops down and then tries to go for it. And maybe he succeeds a little bit where he picks it up, but then Pikachu, Piplup, and Riolu is trying their best not to let go and stuff. At this point, like 2 hours has passed when they've been trying to walk back and stuff. So now they got like a few hours left. I can't do math. I think it's like 1 more hour or something. So Pikachu, Piplup, and Riolu sees the time and they get a bit worried. They start hanging on all the way to their top of the tower and such. And you know, maybe they make it to their nest, which is like maybe it's a little bit more organized. Maybe it's not a typical nest that you see everywhere or whatnot. Maybe it's like, you know, it's owned by a bird keeper where he has like these cages where they kind of roam free, like they can leave whenever they want to. It's like one of those. These box type of cages where there's plenty of room for these Murkrow. Maybe the bird keeper does this for a living, where like he lets the Murkrow pick up any shiny thing and they bring it back, and that's kind of his side hustle. Because maybe we get to see this bird keeper, like is the dude with the mohawk and stuff. He's like, oh, well done, Murkrow, or whatever. And you know, we see him briefly, but then we see him walk away because he's like, oh, well, I gotta get ready for the New Year's celebration, bro, or whatever, and he walks away. That's the moment when Honchkrow brings the golden ball. He's like, I can't wait till the ball drops, and that's kind of, you know, what she said, but yeah, the moment he leaves, that's when Murkrow and them gets there and shit. I feel like they should befriend the Honchkrow somehow. So like once the golden ball is kind of closer to their nest, and then Honchkrow's trying to call these Murkrow pecking at these Pikachu to let go and shit like that. An accident happens. One of the cages kind of tries to fall over, hanging on by some wires, about to fall off the building and stuff. So then all the Pokemon notice, Pikachu, Piplup, Riolu, Murkrow, and Honchkrow. They're like, oh shit, and then they try to they try to grab some rope, making sure these cages don't fall because that's their home. And you know, they always have these moments where Pikachu and all of them are trying to save something from being broken or something like that. So I think this is basically the same thing, but you know, a lot of Pikachu and Pichu elements on here because it is one of my favorite Pikachu shorts and such. But there's also like the fucking tree scene where they're trying to, you know, make sure that the nest doesn't go loose. So I guess it's a double of that, you know. And we also have Gyarados featured on there. So maybe they're trying to grab on there. They're determined and all that. They slowly try to grab on there and help out. And maybe Shinx, Luxio, and Luxray help out. Maybe they finally spotted them. They realize that they're in trouble. They decide whether they wanted to help them out or not. And then Luxray's the deciding factor and ends up helping them out and succeeding on getting their nest not like you know, falling over or whatnot. And, you know, it could be like a little side fact that maybe Shinx, Luxio, and Luxray, you know, always tries to attack Murkrow and Honchkrow. Maybe they're enemies in that city or something like that. You know, because they could be glaring at each other at the same time earlier or whatnot. Because it could also be teased in the beginning, like before Pikachu entered the territory with Shinx, Luxio, and Luxray, maybe that they were trying to scare away some Murkrows for taking some of their shiny things that they just found. Because it could hint that there's a rivalry going on. I think that'd be a pretty neat idea. But that could be a way to befriend all these Pokemon or whatnot. So now they see that there's basically like 10 minutes left, maybe 5 minutes left, like from the rooftops. They're still a ways away to returning the golden ball over to, you know, return it to the tower. So maybe all these Pokemon now try to help them out, getting from that one end to the other. So it could be Honchkrow carrying the golden ball, it could be Murkrow like flying over the Shinx or something. It could be Pikachu, Riolu, and Piplup on like either the Luxio or the Luxray or something. Like I don't know. That's all these possibilities. Or it could be Shinx also running. Who knows? Like Piplup and Shinx. Like if Piplup was on a Shinx, I think that'd be adorable, honestly. And like Pikachu on Luxio or Riolu on Luxray, and then all the Murkrow also helping out. Something like that. I mean, it honestly probably be easier if they all got flown there, but, you know, we want to see them working together and stuff. they make it to the top of the tower. They're climbing up there. They're trying to set up the ball how it is, because I'm pretty sure they have to connect some stuff over together in order for the ball to actually be slowly dropping and then eventually spin out of control or whatever. And of course, they do it on time. When there's about to hit 1 minute, Pikachu, Piplup, and Riolu say bye, as like Lucarios are, you know, they by the time they set up the ball, when they go on their way down, they see the 2 Lucarios there. And maybe we should show one of the Lucarios being a shiny one, just to show a different side of it. Maybe the mom is the shiny and the dad's just normal. That'd be pretty cool. And Lucario shows that they're proud of what Riolu was doing and all that, and that they didn't need to do that to begin with. So it could be that. So Pikachu and Piplup says bye to all the Pokemon for being friends with them and such. And they go towards where Ash is, because Ash is wondering where the fuck is Pikachu, and Don is like, well, Piplup is kind of dead to me anyway. No, I'm kidding. Don is also wondering where the fuck Piplup is as well. Pikachu and Piplup are reunited for, you know, since it's been like 6+ hours since they've seen them or whatnot. And they're saying hi to the other Pokemon that spend time doing God knows what. 698. And yeah, that's for the most part that's the story. So then the minute happens, the ball slowly goes down. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5. And while this is happening, it's like cutscening from like different Pokemon. Maybe Ash's Pokemon or Brock's, or, you know, maybe the Luxray and their Pride, and the Honchkrow and Murkrow. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, Happy New Year! And then the golden ball spins as it does and goes to God knows where. I don't know where the golden ball goes to in New Year's, but that'd be pretty cool. And then like a little snippet of a scene that I wanted to save off for, maybe like there's like a figurine or something on a different part of the building that shows like of a baby with like a ribbon on it that says Happy New Year, or Baby New Year's, or some shit. Did I count it? I don't know if I counted it. I hope I did. I don't think I think I did, yeah. But maybe like, you know, off in the little, you could see like a little tiny outline that something is invisible, and maybe perhaps it kind of goes through and bumps into the little figurine toy. And as we get 700, and it turns out that like once this figurine tips over, the ribbon lands on top of it, and it's a shiny Mew or something. I think that'd be pretty cool. I don't know, and that Mew would be like the little baby blue shiny Mew would be like the Baby New Year in this case, just to show a little something, because all these other holidays I showed these different Pokemon that are shiny or whatnot. Like Easter, I had Baneri and Lopunny, and the New Year's is shiny Lucario and Mew. And then like we don't have Valentine's or St. Patrick's Day yet, but for Halloween we had shiny Ghastly, and I don't know if I threw in a shiny Duskull or something, but it probably is just shiny Ghastly. And then for Thanksgiving, we threw in a shiny Ho-Oh. I don't know if there's another shiny Mon or something, but that's basically what I came up with. What's another Pokemon I could do in Thanksgiving to make it shiny? I'm not sure. But I think that'd be a pretty neat idea. And for Christmas, well, we didn't do Christmas because there's plenty of Christmas ones, so there's that. But we passed over 200 now. That's good. 701. And yeah, that's the New Year's one for the 12th movie. And yeah, like I said, we're rotating the Solar Eclipse one to the 14th movie. And just to review, basically, the Solar Eclipse, I don't know if I don't know if it would power up fire Pokemon or make or nerf them, but I did the storyline that infuriates the fire type Pokemon. So like, you know, off in the distance, it's a Moltres versus an Entei, and then like eventually they fight each other.
and then eventually a Groudon pops up from this island or whatnot. So just so it's far enough for the other Pokemon not to feel that something emerged because they're pissed off. Because I feel like other stuff, other people would notice that 702, that, you know, it's an earthquake's happening nearby when they were just watching a solar eclipse. So, you know, it's stuff like that. I don't remember if they were just helping each other out and then, like, you know, tone down Groudon or something, but that's kind of the story where I was aiming at. Now, for, you know, and I basically summarized the story. I elaborated more, you know, in whatever episode it was when I talked about the solar eclipse short. But let's do the counter opposite, the lunar eclipse. I wasn't sure how I was supposed to approach it, because the moon has a lot to do with, like, it could be fairy types, it could be dark types, it could be psychic, it could be even water types, because, you know, the moon and the gravity, it controls the waves, and that's why there's low tide and high tide and stuff like that. But it could also associate with rock and ground and ice. Like, there's so many possibilities of what the moon could be. So I just settled with, like, just the complete opposite and have, like, you know, multitude of things where it could be explained. So I'm not really too sure. Maybe in this case, and I'm not sure if you're also supposed to wear glasses for the lunar eclipse. I don't really remember. I assume that you still do. But I imagine in the case that, yeah, there's an event in the nighttime, or something like that. I don't know. It's harder for me to imagine people out there at the night wearing glasses in this group huddle as opposed to the solar eclipse when it's bright and sunny outside. You know what I mean? Like maybe there's a few people in, like, I don't even know, dude. Hold on, let me type it in just to see what would the setting be on people looking at the lunar eclipse. Honestly, it's harder for me to imagine a lunar eclipse in my head. So let's just, like, think of an idea. People... Actually, let me just say it in the thing. Hold on. People looking at the lunar eclipse. As we... So far. People looking at the lunar eclipse. I don't know if I counted it already. Shit. That's super short memory. Blood Moon captivates sky watchers during lunar eclipse. That's 4 days ago, apparently. What the fuck? It just looks like the sunset. But the moon looks pretty nice. It's just like a whole crescent over it, and it's mostly sunset, yeah. So yeah, maybe it would be like a camp setting then. But there's, like, multiple people out. I don't know, that's why it was hard for me to consider all the other ones, because there is the blood moon, and then, like, I saw different shades of colors for all these moons, like, you know, like orange, blue, greens, like different types of color moons, and I'm not really sure what's the science behind any of it. But yeah, it could be a camp setting. There still could be a lot of people watching it, you know. So maybe in this camp setting, they walk out and the Pokemon are playing and stuff after they're spotting the eclipse and stuff. And in a different island, you know, because this is supposed to be a parallel story, rather than going by the river canal, watching the solar eclipse. In this case, it's just a straight up campsite or something. It could also be like a steep canal, except the canal's empty instead of having water in it. Something like that, just to show the opposite. I mean, it's not exactly the opposite. The opposite would be like super snowy or something, but, you know, don't get me wrong, that's just how it is. But yeah, eventually they do see this island that for some reason is pretty snowy. And there's a reason for that, because as the opposite of Moltres and Entei, I chose an Articuno versus Suicune. Maybe they're infuriated for a different reason. Maybe Articuno feels like Suicune was trespassing since, you know, Suicune likes to roam around and stuff, as opposed to this storyline with Entei and Moltres where they were infuriated with like the solar eclipse and the fires building them up, because I don't know what exactly the fire, like what would the solar eclipse do to fire. I'm not really sure. And I'm not really sure with the lunar eclipse. Maybe Suicune, because like on the first episode in the Johto series, he kind of glows a little bit. So maybe it could be that type of scenario. And Articuno feels the need to migrate or something. Or maybe as well, Articuno feels like Suicune is still trespassing because that's his island or something. I don't know. But then again, if the island's snowy, that implies that it's not from there, wouldn't it? I don't know. Because Articuno has his, like, have his own reasons of being there. Maybe he feels powered up by the moon for some reason. That could be that too, but they challenge each other to see who's stronger. The same storyline that basically happens there. They fight for a little bit more action-y. Pikachu's and like some other Pokemon. I don't know if it's just Pikachu. I don't remember if I just said Pikachu last time or if it's also Piplup. But if it is Pikachu and Piplup, then so be it. But they see this happening and stuff, that they're all fighting and wanted them to not fight, you know. And as the opposite of Groudon, like, of course, Kyogre should be in the picture in this storyline instead, where the water is like, you know, because like I said, the moon and the tides and stuff like that, they coincide a lot. So Kyogre would definitely be involved in this case. 708. So yeah, Kyogre would go swim on by and be pissed off and emerging, you know, based on the moon. He's actually pissed off, unlike all the other Pokemon, that like he could feel the lunar eclipse affecting the waters or something like that. As opposed to Groudon, maybe he's just going up because he feels a lot of commotion above him from underneath the ground or something. So now the Pokemon has to quail Kyogre not to be pissed off, so Suicune and Articuno has to help each other and such. And that would basically be the storyline. So eventually they do. Again, the lunar eclipse along with the solar eclipse, like there's a little time limit there. It's like, it's only like 7 minutes long, so eventually it goes back to normal. Kyogre calms down because he notices the waves are a bit normalized. Suicune and Articuno doesn't feel the effects. I don't know what Articuno would look like. I imagine he'd be a little bit extra sparkly or something. But Suicune would be for sure glowy, I would say. Because for Moltres and Entei, they would be a little bit more fired up, I would think. But yeah. But that's the whole thing. It's just the complete opposite of like the Moltres, Entei, Groudon storyline. Is Articuno, Suicune, and Kyogre. I think would be a pretty good counter opposite with that whole storyline thing. And I think it'd be pretty neat. And like I said, with the whole solar eclipse, that's the Reshiram storyline in Pokemon Black, and then for the Pokemon White storyline, it would be the lunar eclipse and stuff. Because, you know, fire is associated with Reshiram. I mean, Zekrom is not really associated with, like, moons or you know, water or ice or anything with all the types I named, but still, I mean, I think it's still a good, like, opposite to it. And yeah, I realized though, like when I was counting through all the Pokemon shorts, there's a few underneath that I, like, you know, from the 23 movies that I won't see all the Pokemon shorts or, like, you know, fill in for the rest. So I'll probably watch Pokemon Chronicles to fill in the time too, I guess. But yeah, that's for the most part. But yeah, I went way over time. I talked about it for like 30 straight minutes. Hopefully you guys like when I talk about all these, whether it's like, you know, reading the Bulbapedia articles out loud, when it comes to the gym leaders and anime characters and movies and mangas and shit like that. And even talking about the Pikachu shorts of what I watched as like a weird review thing, except it's not a review. but you know what I mean. But also the fact that like making our own Pikachu shorts up, like that's that's always pretty interesting on its own right. But yeah, I think the next movie and the 15th movie is Kyurem, I'm pretty sure, along with Keldeo. The 16th movie I think is Genesect with Mega Mewtwo Y, which is interesting. The 17th movie I want to say is Volcanion. I don't know if it's Magirna or maybe it's Diancie the movie. That's 17 or 18. I don't know. After that I start losing track. But I have seen the Keldeo movie and I have seen the Genesect movie too. So there's that. And yeah, like I said, more likely Monday is when I'm gonna be reading the that's when I'm gonna be reading the whole Jesse and James storyline. 7-Eleven. Should we end it off at 7-Eleven or no? I don't know. We should end it though because like I said, I wanted to end early and I ended up going an hour later or 30 minutes later depending if you're watching on the VOD. But yeah, that is gonna be it. So if you like this video, don't forget to press that like button. If you really like this video, please consider subscribing. If you haven't considered subscribing yet, please watch another one of my videos. I play the video games. Any of you like playing video games, you might like my stuff. Also, if you're feeling generous, please consider donating. You know, any dollar would help for sure. Whether it's PayPal, Zelle, Venmo, Cash App, GoFundMe, or Patreon. Preferably GoFundMe because then you can see the extent of how far we are in the goal and stuff like that. And thank you so much to Dallas who turned in $25 for the donation, being the first one. I really appreciate that very much. But yeah, hoping for next time maybe we'll find ourselves a retro Zubat. Whether we are gonna reveal the truth or reveal it not, I'm not really sure, but we're gonna go towards 1,000 and then 1,500 and we shall see. So white tigers and dragons to you, and you've been scarred by the night. I'm out!